All right, it's 8 o'clock. Good morning, Sonoma Raceway. Hey, we had a heck of a day yesterday. And here we didn't finish up. So what we're going to do today for Pro ET, at the end of the Pro ET time runs today, we're going to run the Pro ET semi at the end. So if you're in the semi for Pro, line up at the end of the line. Do not get in the line first, get to the back of the lanes, and stay there. And that's also with Super Pro. We're going to run the semis at the end of Super Pro. And Super Comp, we're going to run them at the end of the Super Comp. And, yeah. And then we're going to do the finals for Saturday. At the end of Pro ET round 1. All right, that's how we're gonna do it. So anyway, the run order is Sportsman. You should be in the lanes right now because at 8:05 we're gonna start racing today. So Sportsman to the lanes. What lane? All right, Sportsman, lanes 10 and 11. Trophy, lane number 9. All right, that's what we're calling in now. So we'll have a good day, I hope. Not like yesterday. It's going to be hot like yesterday, but maybe not as bad. All right, so at the end of Pro ET, we're going to run the semis from yesterday that we didn't get to. So Pro ET semis, get at the end of the line for Pro ET. That's going to count as your time hit for today anyway. And Super Pro, you're going to get at the end of the line for Super Pro semis. And Super Comp, you're going to be at the end for semis for Super Comp time run. And then Pro ET and Super Pro and D-Gas, we're going to run you guys the finals right after that. All right, Richard Todd and Brian Cam. DJ needs to see you in the tower sometime this morning. So Richard Todd and Brian Cam, come on up here. So once again, Sportsman, and Trophy. Come on down. Trophy lane number 9, Sportsman 10 and 11. All right, once again, Sportsman 10 and 11, Trophy lane number 9. And remember this, today is a Wally race for everybody concerned in Sportsman, Pro ET, and stuff, and other classes, motorcycle. We're going to have a Wally out there today. So, Sportsman, you should be going, you should be in the lanes 10 and 11. We're going to start pulling you out at 8:05, and it's 8:05. And we're going to start things off with David Owens out of Santa Rosa, California, in a 66 Dodge Coronet. Once Danny's done spraying the track, then we're going to go. Once again, sportsman, come on down to 10 and 11. If you're not there, you're square. Trophy lane number 999. All right, here we go. We got David Owens coming out to start off today, the first round of Sportsman time runs. Today is your only only one-time run, and buybacks hopefully later on today after first round. So David Owens in the 66 Cornet going off. Be the first one out with the Dodge Challenger. He's back here again. All right, let's see what David Owens can do down here. See if he can master up a good pass. And David Owens goes 199 on the tree. The Challenger goes 230. And David Owens goes 1107 at 115. The Challenger goes 1263 at 108. We got Brian Cam and Carlos Hilson in the Miata going at it. That's a 12-second Miata, by the way. He's got a big-ass turbo on it. Pro ET, Pro ET. What lanes? Huh? Yeah, well, what lanes you want? Pro in. All right. All right, Pro AT, 12 and 13. And if you're in the semifinals of Pro AT, stay to the back of the lanes. That's how we're going to get you out today for your race. All right? So once again, Pro AT, 12 and 13. And if you're in the semifinals from yesterday, hang back, be the last pairs out. Udo Richter driving Frank the Tank, the Nova. 074, he won yesterday in Sportsman. He goes 1180 at 112. The other side was 414 on the tree, goes 1256 at 108. Philip Topping, John Terry, 2011 Mustang versus 70 Nova. Once again, Pro ET, 12 and 13. And if you in the semifinals, hang back. Don't be out, because your time runs are going to be part of this race. And John Terry goes 031 on the tree, goes 1255 at 104. Phil Topping 085 on the tree, goes 1265 at 111. Richard Hardy in the 2018 Dodge Charger RT, Mark Chansey out of Vacaville in the 63 Plymouth Fury. And Richard Hardy goes 077 on the tree. Mark Chansey 069. He goes 1170 at 114. Richard Hardy goes 1232 at 111. Kevin Diadamo, yesterday's sponsor of the race, in the 03 Corvette. Chris Burden out of Fairfax in the 07 Mustang. He's always a threat to go deep, Chris Burden. He goes 034 on the tree. Kevin Diadamo goes 039. Kevin's going to get there first. He goes 1207 at 111. Chris Burden, 1364 at 101. Flying Ryan Haluska in the 99 GMC Sierra. Don Hensley out of Brentwood, California in the 66 Chevelle. Flying Ryan goes 01600. Don Henley goes 068. Flying Ryan goes 1327 at 101. Don Hensley goes 1472 at 93. We got Lula Peravaloris over here in the Denzel side in the 66 Nova wagon going against the Firebird in the O'Reilly lane. Lula goes 057. The Firebird goes 071. All right. Pro ET, lanes 12 and 13. Lanes 12 and 13. Lula goes 12 flat at 109. The Firebird goes 1252 at 107. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Santa Fe. Jeff LaSalle in the 69 Dart. DeAndre goes 078. Jeff LaSalle goes 085. He goes 1271 at 105. DeAndre a whopping 1897 at 75. Scott McKenna and Bill Taggart. Also, Pro ET, if you were in the semifinals from yesterday, stay at the back of the lanes, and then we'll get you paired up with who you got to be paired up with in the semifinals. Scott McKenna goes 008 red, Bill Taggart 020. Bill Taggart still going down the track. He goes 18-15 at 77 miles an hour. Took the scenic route down there. Scott McKenna already got down there at 11:40 at 119. Logan Pagano, he's doing double duty today in Sportsman and Super Pro. In the Corvette in New Riley lane. And Logan goes 031 red. Logan's one heck of a racer. He's got a couple of wallies up at Sacramento last week. He goes 1225 at 110. Now we're going to go into, I believe, trophy class. Yep, Mark Casper in the 60, in the Denzel side. Luis Perez, it says a 22 Subaru WRX, but it's a Corvette and going against, I believe, a Mazda or a Honda. And Luis Perez in the Corvette goes 047 green. Mark Casper 404. Luis Perez goes 13 flat at 105 in the Corvette. Mark Casper, still going down the track, goes 1953 at 64. Chris Ellicock in the Denzel side in the 75 Camaro. John Lemos in the O'Reilly side, 2012 Genesis. All right, Sean Owens turns on the red light, 095 to the dark side of the tree, goes 1168 at 115. The O'Reilly side was 036 green, went 1265 at 109. And the O'Reilly side was 017 red. He goes 1482 at 93. Now we got Pro ET. We got Jeff Serwin in the 2007 Charger. We got Chris Pintor in the 66 Chevy. Jeff Sherwin goes 028 green. Looks like he just shut it down. He's usually in the eights, but he's just going to go slow. Chris goes 1021 at 133. Scott Weigart out of Santa Rosa in the 70 Duster. Don Momi in a 38 Chevy from Stockton, California, where he's a 58-year-old engine builder. Don't get me, that's what it says. And they both turn on the red light. Scott Weigart goes 006 red. Don goes 012 red. Don's a little faster in the 8th mile. He goes 964 at 140 to the 1021 at 129 for Scott. Philip Topping out of Saratoga in the 2011 Mustang. John Victorino out of Novato. All right, we got a problem with Victorino's car here. Looks like we're going to be pushing him off. And Philip Topping goes 1264 at 111. So we pushed Victorino's car off, and now we're going to do a little mop job on the track, and then we're going to get to the next pair, which is a Tesla and Chris Burden. All right, Chris Burden coming up, and a Tesla. Philip Topping. Oh, Dan Lutz and Chris Burden. Guess Dan Lutz has a Tesla, not a Mustang today. Chris Burden out of Fairfax. The 07 Mustang used to be Bobby Grabrian's. All right, junior dragsters, come on down. Lane number 9. That's both classes of junior dragsters, lane number 9. And motorcycles, we're going to stack you in lane number 9 too. So come on down. Motorcycles, lane number 9. Motorcycles, you will run before the juniors. All right? Thank you. All right, Joe Rossi, 72 Nova, Kevin Diadamo in the 03 Corvette. I know that's not a Nova, it's a pickup truck of some kind, a Chevrolet. Kevin Diadamo in the Corvette goes 175 green. He goes 1207 at 111. The pickup truck goes 1254 at 108. Brad McNeil out of Katati in the 68 Mustang. Richard Fernandez out of Vasela in the Mustang. Both are going to be about the same year. Looks like one's 68, one's a 60, could be a 67. Brad McNeil turns on the red light, 027 to the dark side. Richard goes 201 green. And he goes 1058 at 123 to Brad McNeil's 11 flat at 119. Richard Hardy in the Charger. Ray Lucas, the fastest barber in the West, 89 Mustang. And the man, Ray Lucas, he bowled more 300 games than I can imagine anybody else here has done. Ray Lucas, 059 on the tree. Richard Hardy, 042. Ray's going to get there first. He goes 1062 at 124. Richard Hardy goes 1258 at 109. Once again, junior dragsters, lane number 9. Motorcycles, lane number 9. We're going to stack you guys up on lane number 9, but motorcycles, you're going to go first. Dave DeBose in the Roadrunner. Flying Ryan Haluska in the 99 GMC Sierra pickup. Flying Ryan goes 041. Dave DeBose goes 021. Dave's going to get there first. He goes 1139 at 118 to the 1328 at 101 for Flying Ryan. Tom Marciano on the 69 Camaro. Going against, David Rudd in the Hornet, who won trophy yesterday. David Rudd goes 069. Tom goes 011. Tom's going to get there first. He goes 988 at 134, where David Rudd goes 1270 at 104. Dennis Paws out of Stockton in the 65 Chevy El Camino. Norman Bergman out of Concord in the 66 Mustang. All right, juniors, come on down. Junior dragsters, we need you in lane number 9. Juniors, we need you in lane number 9. So get your cars down here. And motorcycles come down in lane number 9. And Dennis Paz, 010 on the tree, goes 1046 at 124. Norman Bergman, 055 on the tree. Tony Roca in the 68 Camaro. Don Morris in the 23T Altered. Hey, Don Morris just went bond. He went 007, so that gets him a sticker. If he wants to come up and get it, it goes 968 at 136. Tony Roca goes 10.65 at 124. Eric Dukas in the 78 Firebird. Richard Dukas in the 78 Firebird. Brian Cam in the 02 Camaro. And Eric Dukas goes 10.64 at 123. Brian Webcam goes 12.45 at 108. He went 004, did Brian Cam, and Eric Dukas went 0.33 on the tree. Mike Ealing from Roanoke Park, California, in a 65 Hell Camino. Mike Reynolds out of Chico in the 95 S10. Mike Ealing, 031 and 3. Mike Reynolds, 118. And Mike Reynolds goes 1032 at 128. Mike Ealing goes 1059 at 122. Bob Beals in the Mustang. Randy Snyder in the Vega. And Bob Beals goes 1284 at 109. Randy Snyder goes 1037 at 127. Patrick Williams, 82S10. John Cavallo out of Modesto. Mazda Plus, 67 Camaro. John Cavallo, great light, 014 green. That's not bad. That'll get you far. He goes 1014 at 133. Phil Patrick Williams goes 1254 at 126. Jake Guadagnolo in the 72 Nova. Hey, Jake's back. He's not out driving the funny car this weekend. Robert Ragley out of Oakdale in the 74 Vega. Hey, watch Jake. He put this thing up in the air, so if you got a camera, get some pictures. And Jake goes 061 on the tree. Robert Ragley goes 086. Jake gets there first, 1014 at 130. Robert goes 1036 at 133. Ron Nichols out of Livermore in the 69 Olds. Rich Porticelli, 57 Chevy. And Rich Porticelli goes 059 and 3. Ron Nichols goes 016. Rich had a shaky start, but he still gathered it in. He goes 1075 at 126. Ron Nichols goes 1096 at 120. Jay Griner out of South San Francisco, 74 Ventura. Jeff LaSalle, 69 Dart out of Cloverdale. Hey, he's going to be a new dad in a few months here. So, Jeff LaSalle, congratulations on that. Once again, all junior dragsters to lane number 9, both classes. We need you there now. And motorcycles, we need you to lane number 9 now. And Jay Griner goes 038 on the tree. Jeff LaSalle goes 044. Jay Griner goes 1069 at 122 to Jeff LaSalle's 1266 at 106. All right, we got John Victorino back here in the 98 S10. See if they got it fixed. Steve Galileo in the 2019 Hellcat. And Victorino goes 052 on the tree. Steve Galileo goes 028. Steve. All right. Will the other pro cars please come on down? There's only 3 cars left in competition. They're going to be the semifinals, I believe. So you're talking about the yellow one, right? Yeah. All right, the Pro ET cars that are stacked in the back of the lanes, please pull up. Once again, the 3 cars that are stacked in the back of the lanes, please pull up. I guess they were just finishing their coffee, Eric. All right, Steve Galileo goes 028 on the tree, goes 1038 at 135. John Victorino 052 on the tree, goes 1189 at 112. We got Cliff Hall out of Carmichael, California in the 64 Falcon. He's just falcon around today. David Meyer out of Sheridan in an 01 Cavalier. Cliff Hall goes 038 on the tree. David Meyer's got a better light, 011. He's a little bit faster than Cliff Hall. He goes 9:51 at 143, where Cliff Hall went 10:20 at 130. Paul Rondelli out of Oakley in the red car. Neil Holcomb out of Concord in the 67 Dodge. All right, Super Pro, lanes 14 and 15. And if you're in the semifinals for Super Pro, stay to the back of the lanes. We send you at the end of the race for the... That way you have your semifinal race at the end of Super Pro. So Super Pro lanes 14 and 15. Once again, Super Pro lanes 14 and 15. And like I said, if you In the Super Pro semifinals from yesterday, stay to the back of the lanes. Don't pull up to the front. Just stay to the back of the lanes. Isn't Zach in the... All right, so what... Oh, this is a 4 for Pro ET? All right, we got the last two cars out before we have the semifinals of Pro ET from yesterday. We got Henry Robertson, 69 Mark 1, Marco Paravaloris in the 2000 GMC Sonoma. Henry goes 1049 at 110. Marco goes 1052 at 125. Now we're going to add the semifinals from yesterday. Zach Ealing out of Rohnert Park in the 91 Corvette, dialed in at 1012. Jonathan Noe, 1089 dial from Mariposa, 70 Challenger. So here we go. The semifinals from yesterday. Zach Ealing, Jonathan Noe. Let's see if Zach can complete a weekend like no other. Zach got the better light. And Zach Ealing with a 101 light into the finals. He goes 1021 at 113 on 1012 dial. Jonathan Noe was late with a 131 light, was 1105 on a 1089 dial. So he goes out. Zach is in. Mitch Gately, dialed in at 1012 out of Katati in the 64 Nova, Denzel side. Dan Fichter, dialed in at 1060 out of Redwood City, 64 Thunderbolt. And Mitch Gately, it's going to be Mitch Gately into the finals, going to go against Zach Ealing. He goes 033 on the tree, goes 1017 and 1012. So congratulations to Mick and Zach to make it to the finals. Now we're going to do motorcycles. The one-time hit for today. Once again, Super Pro, lanes 14 and 15. And if you're in the semifinals from yesterday, stay to the back of the lanes. We'll get you up there. So that's what you're going to do. You're going to stay at the back of the lanes so we call you up. All right, here comes motorcycle. We got Doug Love, Denzel Lane out of Novato, California, in the Bonneville. Manny Santos out of Stockton in the 02 GSXR Suzuki. Doug Love goes 003 on the tree. Manny Santos 566. Manny gets to first. He goes 11:30 at 126 to Doug Love's 12:95 at 102. Ed Bredell out of Rio Linda, California, 05 at ZX10R Kawasaki. And Ed Bredell goes 013 green to Denzel side, turns on the red light, 018 to the dark side of the tree. Ed goes 879 at 149 to the 898 at 148 in the Denzel side. Hey, we got Trace Saint Germain here from San Jose in the 78 Kawasaki Z1R. And that's going to be finishing up motorcycle for this round. Now we're going to the junior dragsters for the one qualifying hit. We got Blake George out of Hidden Valley Lake. In the Denzel side, we got Bodie George out of Hidden Valley Lake. I guess they're brothers. I would think that they're brothers. They got the same last name. Yeah. And they got almost identical numbers. Brody's a 7-year-old student. And Blake is a 10-year-old student. I bet you they go to Hidden Valley Lake High School over there in Hidden Valley. I bet you're going to have a great talk with all the kids in the class that they were here at the races, and they did really well. And this is a 6 through 12-year-old class. And Brody George turns on the red light, 029 to the dark side of the tree. Blake George goes 160 green. Blake gets there first. He goes 930 at 71 miles an hour. Brody goes 1420 at 44. Hey, we got Haley Miller from Live Oak, California. We got Bowden Cook out of Nevada. He's 11-year-old. And Haley Miller, 11-year-old student too. They're both 11-year-olds. And Haley Miller goes 067 on the tree. Bowden Cook 127 on the tree. Haley will get there. Bowden gets there first. He goes 882 at 72 miles an hour. Haley Miller 9 flat at 73. Zaid Wasu out of West Sacramento. Hot Wheels racing car over there in the Denzel side. So once again, Super Pro should be in lanes 14 and 15. And if you're in the semifinals from yesterday, stay at the back of the lanes. We'll get you down there. And Zaid Wasu goes 080 on the tree, goes 1201 at 51 miles an hour. All right, we're in the 14 to 17-year-old class. We got Crew Castile out of Gardnerville in the Denzel side. Grant Williamson, Indio Riding Lane out of Eureka, where he's a 14-year-old student. Crew is a 15-year-old student. And Crew goes 063 on the tree. Grant goes 068. Grant gets there first. He goes 728 at 81 miles an hour. Crew goes 786 at 83 miles an hour. Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California, a 13-year-old student. Isabella Fuentes Zittel out of Eureka, 14-year-old student. Once again, Super Pro should be in lanes 14 and 15. You're going to go after juniors. And if you're in the semifinals from yesterday, stay at the back of the lanes. We'll get you back to the front when it's time. All right, Madison goes 083 on the tree, goes 789 at 81 miles an hour. Isabella goes 081 on the tree, goes 814 at 79. All right, this is a little 5-year-old here in the Denzel side. This would be a 20-second pass. Look at how fast this is going. He goes 14:36 at 44 miles an hour. All right, we got Brad Hawks going to go out on a motorcycle. As soon as they get clear of the top end. Did he clear? All right, we're going to send Brad Hawks down for his time hit on motorcycle. And remember, today's a Wally day. We got Wallies for junior dragsters, motorcycle, Pro ET, Super Pro, Sportsman. We got all the classes covered. All right, here goes Brad Hawks. He's out of Fremont. He's a 33-year-old electrician on a 2005 Hayabusa. You want me to call it a gas classes yet, Eric? What lane? Huh? What was that, Eric? All right, D-gas, and C-gas. C-gas in lanes 12 and 13, D-gas 10 and 11. Once again, D-gas 10 and 11, C-gas 12 and 13. All right, Brad Hawks goes 039 on the tree, goes 1018 at 134. We got Super Pro coming at you. We got Vern Jose in the 68 Nova, Michael Morel out of Yuba City in the dragster. Once again, D-gas 10 and 11, C-gas 12 and 13. Vern goes 095 red, Michael goes 038 green. He goes 511 at 135 to the 528 at 131 for Vern. Todd Ross out of Granite Bay, and the 02 Berkeley dragster. Chris Piner out of Santa Margarita, California, in the 66 Nova SS. Chris Barner goes red. He goes 080 to the dark side of the tree. Todd Ross 031. He goes 495 at 140 to Chris Piner's 662 at 106. Herc Ursay out of Modesto, California, 94 Cavalier. Mike Reynolds out of Chico, 95 at S10. Mike Reynolds goes 202 red. Herc Ursay 003 green. He goes 514 at 128. Mike Reynolds goes 655 at 104. We got Logan Pagano out of Travis Air Force Base driving the TR7. You heard me right, a Triumph TR7. Joe Froome out of Red Bluff, California, in the dragster. Let's see if Logan can get it down the track today. Logan goes 028 green. The dragster goes 480 at 144. Logan goes 835 at 80 miles an hour. A little bit slow for my car. Will Harrison out of Tracy in the 2022 Harrison dragster. John Propp out of Auburn, California in the 2010 Saramonto dragster. Will Harrison goes red, 017 to dark side 03. John Propp follows him there with 023 red. Will Harrison goes 578 at 128. John Propp goes 480 at 142. Mike Bolton out of Placerville in the 44 Jeep. Eric Wattier out of Lakeford, 72 Vega. Mike Bolton goes 092 in the tree. Eric Wattier goes 038. Eric Wattier goes 594 at 112. Mike Bolton goes 686 at 96 miles an hour. Ron Manley, 047 on the tree, goes 728 at 106. Mitch Horton turns on the red light, goes 626 at 108. Kevin McConnell out of Red Bluff in the dragster. Dennis Paz in the 68 Chevy El Camino. Kevin McConnell goes red. Got a 372 red. Dennis Paz goes 029 green. He goes 656 at 101 to Ken McConnell's 498 green at 137. Rob Knowles out of Sheridan, California, 69 Camaro. John Cavallo out of Modesto, Mazda Plus, 67 Camaro. Rob Knowles goes 121 green. John Cavallo 195. He goes 649 at 106. Rob goes 648 at 104. Jason Vanderpool out of Reading in the dragster. Robert Bagley out of Oakdale, California in the 74 Vega. Jason Vanderpool goes 003 red. Robert Bagley goes 070 green. He goes 660 at 106. Jason 451 at 153. Bobby Hartstrom out of Orville in the dragster. Tony Roca out of Modesto in the 68 Camaro. Hey, Tony Roca is also owner of Tony's Custom Drywall. Tony Roca goes 179 on the tree. Bobby Hartstrom goes 012 on the tree, goes 469 at 147 to the 673 at 101 of Tony Roca. Larry Scarth out of Hearthstone, California in the 62 Bubble Top Bel Air. Don Caesar out of Citrus Heights, California, 82 Mustang GT. Larry Scarth, 007 on the tree, so he earned a bond sticker in the 62 Bel Air. Don Caesar, 028 on the tree, goes 701 at 98 miles an hour. To Larry's 614 at 111. But Larry, hey, come on down. You got a 007, you wouldn't bond. Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights, California in the dragster. Terry Sullivan out of Yuba City, officially known as Mama Bear, in the dragster in the O'Reilly side. Once again, D-Gas 10 and 11. C-Gas 12 and 13. And Robert Butler turns on the red light, 0-10 to the dark side. Terry Sullivan, 0-43 green, goes 5-44 at 125. Robert Butler, 4-69 at 146. Steve Allencheck in the Denzel side out of Sacramento, California, 70 Mach 1, going against Don Harris out of North Highlands, California, in the 73 Camaro. Small block versus Cleveland 351. All right, B-Gas. We need you in lanes 14 and 15. B-Gas, lanes 14 and 15. First call. All right, Steve Allen, check, went 055 on the tree, went 650 at 105. Don Morris, 222.4 on the tree. Udo Richter out of Oakley, 72 Nova, Frank the Tank. Rob Dayton out of Livermore in the 56 Thunderbird. Rob Dayton goes 014 on the tree. Udo Richter 050. He goes 739 at 90 miles an hour. Rob 725 at 93. Tim Kroller out of Lodi, California in the 86 Camaro. Jake Guadagnolo out of Linden, California, where he's a farmer in the 70 Nova. He puts it up in the air for a long time. And Tim Kohler goes 018 on the tree. Jake goes 034. He goes 637 at 105 to Tim's 530 at 130. Craig Merrilees out of Windsor, 78 Camaro. He had a perfect run yesterday. Terry Manning out of Oakland, California, 77 Vega. Yeah, Craig Merrilees went dead on zero, went trip zip, and goes dead on zero yesterday. He had a perfect run. Final call for D-Gas and C-Gas. Lanes 10 and 11, 12 and 13. And Craig Merrilees does not go perfect. He goes red, 023 to the dark side of the tree. He goes 634 at 106. Terry Manning goes 018 on the tree. Red goes 625 at 117. Jeff Broussard out of Novato, retired teacher, 96 GMC Sonoma pickup. Darren Friedos out of Napa, B&G sponsored, 57 210. And Darren Friedos goes trip zip. He goes perfect. If he comes up here, he gets my last sticker that I got for a trip zip. He goes 567 at 119. Jeff Broussard goes 010 red. He goes 577 at 120. Tim Brown out of Geyserville, Nevada, in the 55 Austin Healey. Brian Broussard out of Winston. I believe the ND must be North Dakota, so, well, could be something else. In the 2017 Camaro. A-Gas, we need you in lanes 10 and 11. A-Gas, lanes 10 and 11. First call. So that's again, all gas classes have been called to the lanes. D gas should be there in 10 and 11. C gas 12 and 13. B gas 14 and 15. A gas, I just called you, 10 and 11. Tom Brown out of Geyserville, Nevada. Brian Bussart out of Williamston, North Dakota. Brian Bussart goes 026 on the tree, goes 541 at 127. Tom Brown goes 050 on the tree, goes 716 at 105. Jay Griner in the Pontiac Ventura. John Murphy out of Yountville in the 62 Corvette. John Murphy goes 006 on the tree. He goes 546 at 122. Jay Griner, 048 on the tree, goes 675 at 100. All right, Marco, over here in the Denzel side, in the dragster, going against car number 769B. Looks like a Corvette Roadster. There's no name on it, so let's go. And Marco goes 003 on the tree. He goes 457 at 153. To the O'Reilly lanes, 054, goes 659 at 80 miles an hour. David Meyer out of Sheridan, California. Hey, is this the semifinals, Eric, of Super Pro? All right, this is coming up at the drag show of David Myers, his semifinals of Super Pro. David Meyer goes 006 on the tree. He goes 486 at 141. All right, here's the semifinals from yesterday of Super Pro. We got Robert Crum, 661 dial from Chico, California, and the 63 Nova SS. Andrew the Kid Olson in the O'Reilly lane. 579 dial out of Sacramento, California, 70 Camaro. The winner of this is going to have to face Zach Ealing in the finals because Zach's got to buy into the finals. So Andrew Olson into the finals. He went 005 on the tree. He goes 580 at 117. He's going to be facing my Zach Ely in the Corvette next time around. Robert Crum, 033 on the tree, broke out with 659 on a 661 dial at 103. Zach Ely, let's see what number he's going to put down. He's dialing in at 1012. Let's see what his light's like. Zach's 049 on the tree. And he goes 640 on a 1012 dial. I think that was wrong dial that was put on the screen. So it's going to be Zach Ely and Andrew the Kid Olson in the finals of Super Pro. Congratulations to the both of them. It's going to be Battle of the Kids. Andrew Olson and Zach Ely. So once again, today is a Wally race. We got Wallies for Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Junior Dragsters, and Motorcycle. Trophy has to just get satisfied with a trophy.
All right, tension in the pits. Super comp, 12 and 13, please. Fog at 890. Fog at 890, super comp, lanes 12 and 13. Thank you. We'll also take super gas, 14 and 15. Super gas to 14 and 15. Fog at 890, super comp, 12 and 13. Super gas, 14 and 15.
All right, Pro ET Finals from yesterday to the lanes. Pro ET Finals to the lanes. All right, Pro ET Finals, you're going to run just in front of Super Comp. So that's how we're going to do it. Then we'll run the Super Pro Finals later in the day. All right, we got C-Gas, Lee Roberts, 960 index, Michael Karate, also a 960 index. He's from Stockton, California. He's a farmer at 70 Nova. Lee Roberts from Sparks, Nevada. The object with this is run as close as you can to 960 without going under. This is all right, Super Comp, your semi stays to the back of the lanes. Super Comp, your semi from yesterday stays in the back of the lanes. And Lee Roberts goes 045 on the tree, goes 963 at 129. Michael Karate 048 on the tree, goes 965 on the 960 index at 138. Jason Stats out of San Rafael, California, SNS Auto, 68 Nova. Dan Borg out of San Francisco, Plum Crazy, 71 Vega panel. Jason goes 088 on tree. Dan goes 107. Jason way too quick. He goes 948 at 136. Dan Borg 970 safely in at 136. Last car out in C-Gas, George Schutz. George Schutz goes 042 on the tree, goes 964 at 136. And that'll conclude C-Gas. And now we're into B-Gas. B-Gas, 860 index, Bill Anderson out of Copperalisis, California, 68 Camaro, Eric Warner out of Reading, 27 altered. Bill Anderson 053 in the tree, Eric Warner 040. Eric Warner, 866 at 149. Bill Anderson, 053 on the tree, goes 869, 158. So they're both safely in the 860 index. Ken Sassy, out of Citrus Heights, California, 70 Nova. Mike Gillespie, 860 index, out of Concord, California. Ah. All right. I got to get Ken Satsky, Citrus Heights, California, in the 70 Nova. Vincent Reale, out of Sacramento, 71 Nova. Vincent goes 047 on the tree. Ken goes 019. They both go 868 with a 4 for Ken. 853 for Vincent, way too quick. But Ken is safely in. Larry Bannenberger, out of Cool, California. What a good name for a town, Cool. I would love to say I'm from Cool, California. 37 Fiat, Mike Gillespie, out of Concord. 63 Nova 2. Yeah, think about that. That'd be a really good name. Say I'm from Cool, California. I want to be cool. You can take that another step further. That's the coolest place on earth. Oh, Larry Battenberg. He goes 091 on the tree and slowed. Mike Gillespie, 169 on the tree. I think he pulled over against the wall. Doesn't look like he's moving. Hey, it looks like they may have a double header out there. They both stopped. We got 2 for the price of 1. We're going to send fire safety turtle down there to look at them, to see what they got going. So technically, Larry Battenberg made it all the way down the track and crossed the finish line where Mike Gillespie did not. So Larry Battenberg with a 48.97 at 39 miles an hour got a time run. All right, looks like we got the cars off the track, so we're going to say the track is clear. Let's go ahead and send them. We got Gary Ryan out of South City, California in the 32 Bantam. Richard Zondervan out of San Jose, Taco Bravo Chevelle. I used to know the guy who owned Taco Bravo. I don't know if the guy still owns it. His name was Dennis. So, yeah, Dennis had a great bar in his house. I mean, a beautiful bar. Perfect, 002, 007, and I had those by accident. And Gary Ryan goes red, 141 to the dark side of the tree. Richard Zondervan goes 053 green. He goes 855, a little too quick on the 860 index. Gary Ryan just missed it with an 859 with an 153. Now we're in the A-gas 760 dial, or index. William Ing, Clovis, California, 67 Camaro. Dave Fuller, Ripon, California, where he's a mechanic, 63 Corvette. Once again, Super Comp lanes 12 and 13, Super Gas 14 and 15. And as you're in the finals, semifinals from yesterday for Super Comp, hang at the back of the lanes and Steve will send you up there. William Ing, Engel, 67 Camaro. Dave Fuller, Ripon, California, 63 split window Corvette. Those are the best year I like. I like the 63 splits. I mean, I really do. Eric, what finals is that? Okay. All right. William Engel goes 035 on tree, goes 828 on a 760 index at 164. Dave Fuller goes 063, goes 763 with a 9 at 175. So he's safely in. Steve Kiefer out of Discovery Bay, 67 Nova. Mike Mossy out of Napa, 69 Camaro. Kiefer goes 034 on the tree. Mike Mossy 070. And they go, Mike Mossy goes 719 with a 9. Too fast. Steve Kiefer goes 686 with an 8 on a 760 dial. Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova, California, in the 53 Studebaker. I like that car. I don't know why. I think I like Studebakers, but, you know, each has its own. Weasel Anders out of South San Francisco, California. The Plumber at 67 Nova. And Cliff Wells goes 037 on the tree. Weasel Anders goes 193. Cliff goes 762 with a 2. Weasel Anders goes 760 dead on 6 at 178. Michael Henry Jr. out of El Sobrante, California, 2015 Camaro. We're going to follow that up with the Pro Finals from yesterday. Pro ET Finals coming at you. All right. Michael Henry Jr. goes 532 on the tree, goes 1079 at 107. That's going to bring us to the Pro ET Finals from yesterday's race. All right, we got the finals from yesterday in Pro ET. We got Mitch Gately, a 1015 dial out of Cotati, California in the 64 Nova. Zach Ealing, 1013 dial out of Roanoke Park in the 91 Corvette. Let's see if Zach can pull off a win here over Mitchell Gately. I know I'm not supposed to take sides, but well, I'm just doing it. Back into the seat of that car. Yeah, foot injury. Ooh. And Mitch Gately, 12-10 stripe win for Mitch Gately. He goes 026 on the tree. Zach was 023. Zach with 10-15 dead on 5 for the win at 131. Zach dead on 9, 10-13 on a 10-13 dial at 129 for the loss. He was 026 for Mitch Gately. He made it up by crossing the finish line first. So congratulations to Mitch Gately and Zach Ealing. So Mitch Gately gets a big check. As I said before, the Wally is going to be handed out today for Pro ET, Motorcycle, Super Pro, Sportsman. Not trophy. They don't get a Wally, but junior dragsters do. They get a small Wally. That's why they call it junior dragsters. They get a junior Wally. All right, Super Comp coming at us. And at the end of that, we're going to have the Super Comp semifinals from yesterday. All right, we got Brian Cam out of Pacifica. In the Denzel side, there's an 890 index for Super Comp. Jim Williams out of San Rafael. He's a diesel technician. And I give you a hint. These are all dragsters. I don't think there's anything but dragsters in Super Comp. Brian Cam goes 0-11 on the tree. Jim Williams goes 0-46. Cam goes 890 dead on 6 at 173 to the 893 of Jim Williams. Les Matsukato in the Denzel side out of Honolulu, Hawaii. He's been a real tear here. Trent Flores out of Hanford, California. A 16-year-old student, man, he's 16-year-old, and he's driving an 8-second dragster. Les goes 017 on the tree. Trent goes 031. Les goes 889 at 171. Trent goes 889 with a 2. They're both identical times at 166 miles an hour. The only thing that separated them out to the finish line was reaction times. 017 for Les, 031 for Trent. Ted Van Mitty III out of San Geronimo, California. Lucas Oil is his sponsor. He's a contractor. Jonathan Flores out of Hanford. He's a welder out of the bowl, all trying to go 890, close as they can to 890. Doesn't matter about the reaction time, turning on the red light or anything like that. It just matters the bottom number. 891 at 168 for Ted. Jonathan 887 at 181. So Ted in. Jonathan, he's got a little catching up to do. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Logan's looking for, Pagano's looking for a throttle cable lock because my car is stripped out. So if you can help him. He's got my car over at the retaining wall.
What broke?
The throttle. Like I did one on my car. I just got one that had a hook on it with a screw. All right, so he's looking for a throttle lock, cable lock. If you got one, see Logan before first round of Super Pro. All right, Steve Hendricks out of Bakersfield in the dragster in the Denzel side. Scott Thompson out of Lincoln. He's retired. He goes 043 on the tree, goes 892 at 170. Steve Hendricks goes 887 at 163. All right, Angelo Stanton Jr. over there in the Denzel side out of Gardena, California. He's a veterinarian, must pay well. Bob Van Poppering out of Castro Valley. He's a retired branch manager. I wonder what he's a branch manager of that he's retired. He goes 886, 885 at 185 to the 886 at 159 for Angelo Stanton Jr. Both just a little too quick. Scott Wambla out of Anderson, California, as property manager Adam Hicks out of Nevada City, Nevada. The bartender. Hey, both of them, Scott and Adam, identical lights. 027 green. And both, Scott's a little too quick. 889 at 167. Adam, 892 at 181. First call pro mods. And then we're going to have a Super Pro final when available. All right, once again, Super Bowl Finals to the lanes. Super Bowl Finals, come on down. Again, Super Bowl Finals to the lanes. Super Bowl Finals, come on down. Hey, Bo Hicks goes 002 on the tree, goes 891 at 179 on the 890 index. He gets a 002 sticker. Jamie Harrison, 021 on the tree, goes 901 at 162. All right. All right, here's a Super Comp semis, Glenn Kern and Dan Hall. This is the race run from yesterday. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, 99 yens for dragster. Dan Hall, Redwood City, California, hot rod builder, 2017 Race Tech. Your number 6 qualifier and your number 5 qualifier, Glenn Kern. This is to see who's going to go into the finals next time around. Once again, Super Pro Finals, come on down. And Glenn Kern went 022 on the tree. Dan Hall was 076, but Glenn Kern a little too quick. He takes the loss. He's going to be... All right, Chad Simonton going into the finals. He can do anything he wants here. He's already in the finals of Super Comp. What are these two cars there? Hey, Chad Simonton, Trip Zip Light. Hey, you can get my last one. I think I got one more left. So, Chad, come on up and get my last sticker for Trip Zip that I have available today. Now we got a D-Gas Finals from yesterday. D-Gas Finals from yesterday. We got Rich Stick Fedden out of Mariposa, California, with a drywall contractor, 73 Camaro. This is a 1060 Index. Dave Sullivan out of Sacramento, California, where he builds he's an aircraft builder. I wonder what kind of aircraft he builds. 69 Roadrunner. This is for all the models. They can't run quicker than 1060. And Dave Sullivan takes her in. He goes 10.62, 0.22 on the tree on a 10.60 index. Rich was better on the tree, 0.19, but went 10.64 for the loss on a 10.60 index. So congratulations, David Sullivan. Eric, is this B-Gas Finals or? All right, Super Gas time runs, 990 index through Spa. Out of American Canyon in a 63 Corvette Roadster, Bob Heffley out of Napa, California in a 62, the 02 Corvette. Corvette Roadster versus 02 Corvette Roadster. And it looks like Sue Spa didn't go. Bob Heffley goes 904 in the tree, goes 988 at 158. Little too quick. Wonder what happened to Sue Spa. All right, Sue Spa goes 147 on the tree. She goes 991 with a 8 at 151. Lon Wilburn. All right, Lon Wilburn out of San Bruno, California, 76 Mazda. Gregory Harrison out of Livermore in the 03 Corvette Roadster. All right, Pro Mod cars should be coming down to the lanes. Pro Mod should be coming down to the lanes. Ted Seipel in the Ferrari. Ron Kelly in the 67 Nova SS. He went trip zip. So whoever comes up here first who went trip zip gets my last trip zip sticker that I have on me. Ron Kelly goes 992 on a 990 index at 144. Ted Seipel 993 at 133. Kim Rowe out of Santa Cruz, California, the 71 Challenger. Dave Cook in the 55 Thunderbird. All right, Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. Nostalgia, Eliminator 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. Also, I can say it this way: Nostalgia, Eliminator 3, 2, and 1 to the lanes. Kim Rowe turned on the red light with 994 at 154. Dave Cook also turned the red light on, goes 998 at 148. Scott Brown out of San Ramon. This is a 990 index and the 66 Chevy 2. Dennis Paws out of Stockton. Paws Performance, 41 Willys, O'Reilly side. All right, Scott Brown, 032 on the tree. He goes 996 at 134. Dennis Paz, 005 on the tree, goes 994 at 133. All right, Brian Downer out of Orville, California, in the 94 Beretta, goes 019 on the tree. The O'Reilly side, 035. Downer goes 990 with a 7 on a 990 index at 156. The O'Reilly side, 035 on the tree, goes 10 flat at 147. All right, here's your Super Pro finals from yesterday. Andrew, the Kid Olson, dialed in at 540 out of Sacramento, California. 70 Camaro. Zach Ealing, 639 dial out of Roanoke Park. Haas Woodworking, 91 Corvette owned by Bob Langston. These are two young kids here, Zach and Andrew. They're both kids, as I would call them. Andrew the Kid Olson, Zach Ealing, from the famous racing family of Ealing. And Zach Ealing with a 004 light takes out Andrew the Kid Olson. He goes 639 with a 6 dead on for a 10-pack to take the win at 104 miles an hour over Andrew the Kid Olson, who went 583. 011 on the tree. 580 was his dial in. So Zach Ealing, congratulations on a runner-up and a win today in Super Pro and Pro. All right, we're looking for Pro Mods. Come on down. Pro Mods should be in the lanes right now. We're going to do a little track back before you go down. Nostalgia, 3, 2, and 1. Nostalgia Eliminator, 1, 2, and 3. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator, 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator, 3, 2, and 1 to the lanes. All right, we're getting ready for Pro Mods to go down the track. They had an interesting time going down there yesterday. This is going to be the first round of elimination. Drew Keeler, DJ needs to see you. Drew Keeler to the tower. Drew Keeler to the tower. DJ needs to talk to you. Drew Keeler to the tower. All right, Super Comp final to the lanes. Super Comp final to the lanes. All right, if you guys wondering what the radio station is out there, it's 87.9 to hear my voice. All right, looks like we got pro mods coming at you. Nostalgia, you should be, Eliminator, you 1, 2, and 3 should be in the lanes. Yeah. Well, it wasn't the throttle cable, it was the stopper that I used to, the bullet. Yeah. Stripped out. And Logan was upside down with his feet sticking out. Yeah, the driver's door, Jorge was playing with the lock on it, and he jammed it up. Yeah. So I had all those factors going bad against him. How did they get the cable on there? The stop on there? Yeah. You're lucky. All right, we're back into the wonderful world of pro mods. Yesterday, they put one on the roof. So let's see if they can get down the track safely today. I think those cars loud because people got in their ears. All right, we're going to send the first two. We got Brett Williamson going down the track here out of Gilroy in the 63 Corvette. He's the #1 qualifier from yesterday with a 5.75 at 253 miles an hour. Okay, Brett Williamson going down on a single out of Gilroy, California, the Silver Bullet Racing Team. 63 Corvette. This is going to be loud, so you guys got to stand there. It's going to be awesome. Brett Williams goes 121 on the tree. He goes 574 at 250 miles an hour. That's faster than his time yesterday. He went 575 yesterday. 574 at 253 and 33 point. All right, we got Rob Moore out of El Cajon, California. The Frank Impala. The 60 Impala. He called it the Frankenstein Impala. Andy K out of Pacifica. He's a 45-year-old plumber in the 68 Camaro. Final call for Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 2, and 3. You should be in the lane. Nostalgia Eliminator final call for 1, 2, and 3. All right, Rob Moore and Andy K gonna go at it. Your number 4 qualifier and number 2 qualifier from yesterday, Andy K, number 2 qualifier. Rob Moore 061 on the tree, Andy K 040. Andy K goes 587 at 205. Rob Moore shut it down, went 791 at 121. Did you like that side-by-side pro mods? You think that was loud? All right, John Durden out of San Juan Baptista, California, in the 59 Corvette Pro Mod, your number 3 qualifier from yesterday, at a 591 at 249. Hey, are they doing eliminations or? All right, got John Durden here out of San Juan Bautista in the 59 Corvette. He goes 088 on the tree, backpedals it a little bit and gets out of it. He goes 756 at 128. I'd say that was backpedaling and just getting out of it. We got Josh Collick out of Aromas, California in the 2019 Corvette. He's your number 7 qualifier, won 699 with an 8 at 190. Oh, looks like Josh Collick had an issue with it. That's why they're pushing it off the track. See if they can refire it, or is it terminal? So what are we going to call them? All right. And then what are we going to do with the when who all gets here? Oh, you missing one car? All right. Yeah, you got nostalgia 1, 2, and 3. All right, nostalgia 1, 2, and 3. Suit up. Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3. Suit up.
Oh, it's gotta be such a bummer. Get up here and then have to tow your car.
All right, what do we got? Plumbing student ready, you want me to send them? Why, yes, I do.
Suited and ready.
You guys do okay at the hotel last night apart from the accident?
Oh, yeah. No, that's like our old home. We used to always be there.
Yep, we lived there. So, and they even put us like in, we usually go 1 but we were 1
You have like 760 cars coming in. That was the last of the pro mods. He's not coming to you. He went, on the burnout.
I like how you have a specific.
Oh, this is going right?
So
Mhm.
they moved us to different,
Nostalgia Eliminator.
so like in Bakersfield, they would always put us in the
These are loud too.
houses and major structures.
A little short one or a long one?
Mm-hmm.
Horrible hotel. And, so like I started taking
All right, we're going to bring you Nostalgia Eliminator right now. Okay, got Matt Garcia out of Ampaco, California in the 32 Bantam altered. This is a 760 index in Nostalgia 1. Bill D. Bill D. Moreland 760 index from Sacramento, California. This is the first round of eliminations for anyone. The object of this race is you want to get as close as you can to 760 without going under. If you do, you lose. If you don't, you win.
7.59.
All right. This is first round eliminations for anyone. Matt Garcia versus Bill DeMerlin. Bantam Walter against 68 front engine dragster. And Matt Garcia goes a little bit too quick. He goes 054 on the 2 and 746 on a 760. Bill DeMerlin was 042 on the 3. He was a little bit too fast too with 751 with a 6 on a 760 index, but he was closer to the index than Matt Garcia. So Bill DeMerlin takes the win. He moves on to the next round. Kenny Upton from Garden Grove, California. In the 2013 front engine dragster, Manuel Azevedo, Loma Rico, California. The 1990 front engine dragster. And the win goes to Kenny Upton. He goes 761 on a 760 index for the win. He went 196 on the tree. Manuel went 147 on the tree, but went 755 with a 9 on a 760 index for the loss. Sean Wood out of San Anselmo, California. Single malt Chevy. 2016 Shade Tree dragster. Sabrina Pecora out of Sonoma, California. Pecora Family Racing, 37 Torpolino. I wonder if she's still wearing my sunglasses I gave her about 5 years ago on the 4th of July. Sean Wood, Sabrina Pecora. 37 Torpolino Benz. 2016 Shade Tree Dragster. All right, do you guys know what Torpolino stands for in Italian?
Okay.
Oh, no. Torpolino Montegate al Presso. That's Italian.
Okay.
You know what it means?
No.
Oh, look it up. And Sean Wood takes out Sabrina Pecora. He goes 065 on the tree. He goes 765 with an 8 for the win at 166. Takes out the number one qualifier, Sabrina Pecora, who was not bad on the tree, 076, but went 766 with a 1 for the loss at 173. All right, we got time onlys coming at you. And I got Billy Taggart's going to tell me about something about the other car that's coming up here, and the T-Bird. All right, the T-Bird that's pulling into the water box. Billy Taggart knows something about it.
It's a 2.3 4-cylinder.
Is a 2.3 4-cylinder.
National record holder.
National record holder. That's all he knows. But it's a national record holder, so whatever he went fast.
Yeah, mid-13s on the
Mid-
4-cylinder.
Mid-13s on a 4-cylinder. Is it turbocharged?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, Billy couldn't tell me, so he doesn't know. All right.
No, not in stock Eliminator. Wouldn't be. Didn't come turbo.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay.
They came with stock turbos on the turbo coupes.
With the 4-cylinder?
On the 4-cylinder. So this could be a turbo car. Don't expect anything fast out of it. With mid-13s, that's what it's looking at. It's got to be fast. It's got to be turbocharged because my 2.3 liter 4-cylinder in the Mustang that I own, convertible, went 21s. And that was 711 and a 55 Chevy at 189. All right, the T-Bird we're looking at here should be going mid-13s. So does anybody out there know what Topolino Montegate al Presso means? And the T-Bird goes 1358 at 102. Not bad for a little 4-cylinder with a turbocharger. All right, we're in the NE2 860 Index. Scott Chamberlain out of Roseville, California, in the 34 Ford Coupe. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto in the 48 Torpolino. And the win goes to the Torpolino. Goes 867 at 151, 026 on the tree. Scott Chamberlain was 062 on the tree, goes 865 for the loss at 134. James Overton out of Wilton, California. Duke Baker out of Torton, California. The 63 Anglia Gaber. And the win goes to Duke Baker. He goes 035 on the tree. He won 854 and an 860 index for the win. That's because Jay Moulton was under Moore. He went 850 on an 860 index for the loss. Joseph Candle II out of Vacaville, California. Eric Warner out of Redding, California. Where he's he works for Pope Machinery. All right, Pro ET, round 1. 14 and 15. Come on down. Let's play the game. Pro ET lanes 14 and 15. First round eliminations. And Joseph Candle, the second, goes 052 for the win. John Galley out of Soquel, California. 23 T-bucket. All right, John Galley goes 084 in the tree, goes 1052 and a 1060. Didn't matter that he was too quick. He was the number 1 qualifier. He had the bye run. So now we're in the NE2. We got Spanky McGee. I'm not kidding you. That's the name, Spanky McGee. 860 index out of Red Bluff, California. Larry Battenberg out of Cool, California. Like I said, that's got to be a cool place to live. Cool. 37 Fiat. Once again, Pro ET. We need you to lanes now. 14 and 15. And Spanky McGee takes the loss. Larry Battenberg takes the win. He goes 870 on 860 index, 023 on the tree for the win. Craig Wallace, NE3, 960 index. He got the bye run. He goes 015 on the tree. He's your number 1 qualifier for NE3. He goes 954 with a 4. Copley or Copley?
Copley.
Mike Copley. 960 index for NE3. He's a mechanic truck driver, 37 Torpolino. Tim Bream out of Beeman out of Molinos, California. 32 Bantam Roadster. Once again, Pro ET lanes 14 and 15. Pro ET lanes 14 and 15. And Tim Bremen with an 059 light takes the win. He goes 972 on a 960 index at 124. Takes out Mike Copley in the Torpolino. Dan Mallory out of Citrus Heights, California in the 22 T Ford. Peter Slim Feminia out of Novato, the plumber, Science Racing in the Denzel side. Your number 5 qualifier going up against the number 2 qualifier, Don Mallory. And Don Mallory takes the win. He goes 087 on 3. He goes 976 on a 960 index at 126. Peter was late on the tree with a 100 light, with 981 with a 5 for the loss. All right, here's your Super Comp finals. Chad Samaritan out of Galt, California. Fig Tree Team Racing. Dan Hall, Redwood City, California. He's a hot rod builder in the 2017 Race Tech dragster. This is an 890 index, so this is for all the marbles from yesterday. That's where we're finishing it up, and we're going to see how it turns out. And Dan Hall goes 028 on the tree. He goes 890 dead on 9 for the win. Chad was better on the tree, was 016. He went under 885 on 890 index for the loss. So Dan Hall, your winner in Super Comp for yesterday, is the champion. All right, this is one and done for today. 695 index, John Lanko out of Bakersfield, California. And Brad Peters out of Lakeport, California. 65-year-old machinist. And a television director at 61 years old for John Lanko. And the win goes to John Lanko. He goes 036 on 3, goes 701 on a 695 index for the win. Brad Peters was was late on the tree, goes 292. He broke out with a 681 for the loss. So congratulations to John Lanko. Hey, what class is this dragster on the? What class is this dragster? All right, top alcohol dragster going down here for a test and tune. This thing's loud, so if you like loud cars, you're gonna like this, and it's fast. All right, that's Bill Dunlap over there in the top alcohol dragster. Eric's telling me his name. Thank you, Eric. This thing went very fast yesterday. All right, we will be having buybacks today. So if you go out first round, you can buy back and try to get back into the race for the second round. All right, motorcycles and juniors, lane number 9. Motorcycles and juniors, lane number 9. For eliminations, you're going to start after Pro ET. 052 and 3 goes 559 at 254. That's really fast. That's all in the mail. All right, we got Joey Maples over here. We got first round of Pro ET eliminations, round number 1. We're going to start with Joe Maples out of Antioch, California in the 04 Sierra. And the runner-up in Pro ET from yesterday's race, Zach Ealing, dialed in at 10:14. 91 Corvette. Huh? Oh, it's checking the track. To see what fell off the dragster. All right, heading to the water box is Joey Maples in the 04 Sierra pickup and Zach Ealing in the 91 Corvette. Dial in at 10:14. Maples dial in at 12:49. Joe Maples, 1249. Zach Ealing, 1014. Final call for Pro ET. Should be in the lanes right now. Final call. And Zach Ealing takes the win. He goes 0-29 on the tree, goes 10-23 at 115 on a 10-14 dial. Joey Maples is late with a 153 light, takes the loss. Don Lutz dialed in 11:59 from Highland, California. Lutz Racing, Tesla Model 3. Richard Fernandez, 1061 dial, a 65 Mustang out of Vasela. And Don Lutz with the Tesla takes the win. He goes 123 on the tree. He goes 1162 at 114 on 1159 dial for the win. Richard Fernandez could not run the number. Hey, we got Philip Topping dialed in at 1267 out of Saratoga, California, the 2011 Mustang GT. Flying Ryan Haluska dialed in at 1325. And Philip Topping turns on the red light, takes the loss, handing the win to Ryan Haluska with a 049 green light. We got Dennis Paz down at 1045 out of Stockton, California. Paz Auto Repair, 65 El Camino. Don Momi dialed in at 960 out of Stockton, California. He's a 58-year-old Indian builder, 38 Chevy with a 565 big block. No wonder that thing's fast.
It's like Indian build.
Motorcycles lane number 9. Juniors lane number 9. We need you there now. Dennis Paz takes the win. He goes 009. He goes 1045. Dead on 3 for a 12-pack win. Don Momi was not bad with a 020 light. Could not run the number. Jess Sherwin, 880 dial out of Martinez, the 53-year-old sheriff. 2007 Dodge Charger. Chris Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing, out of Fairfax, California. 07 Mustang. Both turn on the red light, but Chris Burden is closer to 0. He takes the win. That's how it works. Who's closer to 0 takes the win. Jess Sherwin was 045 red, takes the loss. Jay Griner, 1070 dial, in the Pontiac Ventura. Jeff LaSalle, 1270 dial, in the 69 Dart. Once again, motorcycles and junior dragsters. Lane number 9. Lane number 9. And Jay Reiner breaks out. He goes 008 on the tree, goes 1068 on a 1070 for the loss. Jeff LaSalle goes 029 on the tree, goes 1270 dead on 2 for the win. Congratulations to Jeff. Lola Peravaloris, dialed in at 1204 out of Petaluma, California, the 66 Nova wagon. Craig Merrill's 1011 dial out of Windsor, California, 78 Camaro. Last time out, he had a perfect run in eliminations. And Lola goes 001 red. She's done for the day. Craig Merrill's goes 069 green. He goes on to the next round. Ron Nichols, 1096 dial out of Livermore, California, 69 Olds. Randy Snyder, 1039 dial out of Orangevale, California, 73 Vega. And the win goes to Ron Nichols. He goes 046 on the tree. He goes 1097 at 118 on a 1096 dial. Randy Snyder was better on the tree, 040, but could not run that 1039 dial. He went 1040 with an 8 for the loss. Marco dialed in at 1053 out of Petaluma. The 2000 GNC Sonoma pickup. John Cavallo dialed in at 1015 out of Modesto. Mazda Plus Camaro. And John Cavallo, knowing that Marco had to play it, Marco was going to hit the tree hard. He goes 006 red for John, takes the loss. Marco on a 015 green, takes the win. Scott Weigart dialed in at 1029 out of Santa Rosa, California, 70 Duster. Going up against yesterday's race sponsor, Kevin Diadamo, at 1209 out of Napa, California, 03 Corvette. And Scott Weigart takes out Kevin Diadamo. He goes 023 on the tree. He goes 1031 on a 1029 dial, 118. Kevin Diadamo was late with a 121 light. Takes the loss. Henry Robertson dialed in at 1044, 69 Mustang Mach 1. Mitch Gately, who won in Pro, 1016 dial. And out of Katati in the 64 Nova. Hey, I'd like to give a shout out to Henry Robertson for helping Logan Pagano fix my car. I mean, without his help, I probably would have been putting it on the trailer. And Logan's help. And Mitch Gately goes 016 on the tree, goes 1019 on a 1016 dial for the win. Henry Robertson was 033 on the tree, takes the loss for a 1047 on a 1044 dial. Drew Keeler, 1150 dial out of San Rafael, California, where he's a contractor, 2013 Camaro SS, going up against Jake Guadagnolo, dialed in at 1013 out of Linden, California, where he's a farmer in the 70 Nova. We call them Wheels Up. And Jake Guadagnolo takes the win. He goes 045. He goes 1029 on 1013 at 109 for the win. Drew Keeler was late with a 272 light. Takes the loss. All right, Super Pro, 12 and 13. Super Pro, first call, 12 and 13. All right, Cliff Hall dialed in at 1020 out of Carmichael, California, at 64 Falcon. Robert Ragley, 1035 dial out of Oakdale, California, 74 Vega. Hey, Cliff Hall's just falking around. And he takes the win in the Falcon. He goes 1029 on a 1020, 038 on the tree, 116 miles an hour. Robert Ragley was a little bit tardy. He goes 081 on the tree, goes 1041 and 1035 for the loss. John Victorino, 1188 dial from Novato, California. In a 98 S10, Norman Bergman, 1061 dial out of Concord, California, 66 Mustang. And a double breakout win goes to Norman Bergen. He goes 041 on 3, goes 1060 with a 9 on a 1061 dial, just misses it. John Victorino was 032 on 3, goes 1186 with a 7 on 1188 dial for the loss. Brad McNeil dialed in at 1090 out of Katati, California, 68 Mustang. Ray Lucas dialed in at 1065 out of Concord, takes the win with a 148 green to Brad McNeil's 027 red. David Rudd, 1272 dial out of Wilton, California, where he's a pulley pair guy. South Wilton Racing, 72 AMC Hornet. Patrick Williams, 1061 dial out of Tracy. He's a pastor. At the Cross Drag Racing, 82 S10. And David Rudd breaks out. He goes 1269 on a 1272 with 056 on 3. So David Rudd out. Patrick Williams with a 135 light. Went 1059 with a 2 on a 1061 dial at 125 for the win.
Yep.
Tom Marciano dialed in at 989 out of Roseville, California in the 69 Camaro. Neil Holcomb, 1176 dial out of Concord, California in a 67 Dart. And Neil Holcomb turns on the red light, 040 to the dark side of the tree. Tom Marciano takes the win with 027 green. He moves on to the next round. Neil Holcomb will have to buy back. Rich Hardy, 1255 dial. Out of Tracy, California, 2018 Charger. David Meyer, 951 dial from Sheridan, California, 01 Cavalier. Remember, there are buybacks today, so if you lose first round, you got an option to buy back. So keep that in mind. Once again, Super Pro, 12 and 13 motorcycles and junior dragsters should be in lane number 9. And David Meyer takes the win. He goes 031 on the tree, goes 955 on a 951, 136 on the mile an hour. Richard Hardy wasn't late, but he was a little bit later. It was 045 on the tree, went 1260 on a 1255 for the loss. Bob Beals, 1243 dial out of Roanoke Park in the 92 Mustang. Dave DeBose, 1143 dial out of Reno, Nevada, where he's a carpenter foreman and a 70 Roadrunner. And Dave DeBose takes the win. He goes 024 in the tree, goes 1164 and 1143 at 100 miles an hour for the win. Bob Beals was a little bit later than Dave. He goes 028 on the tree, went 1314 on a 1243 dial for the loss. Eric Duke is 1066 dial out of Fallon, Nevada, 78 Firebird. Jonathan Neal, 1089 dial out of Mariposa, California, in the 70 Challenger. And Eric Dugas takes the win. He goes 005 on the G, goes 1072 and 1076 at 120 miles an hour. Jonathan Knoll was late with a 105 light for the loss. Robert Crum, 1043 dial from Chico, California, 63 Nova SS. Mike Ewing, the famous Ewing Racing family, 1058 dial out of Roanoke Park, California, where he works at Mercedes-Benz as a parts rep. He's in the 65 El Camino. He works at Smothers European, by the way. And Robert Crum goes 025 on the tree, takes the win over Mike Ely, goes 1045 with a 4 on a 1043 dial at 124. Mike Ealing was late with a 044 light. He goes 1056 on a 1058 for the loss. Mike Reynolds, 1032 dial out of Chico, California. KB Motorsports, Mike's Auto is his sponsor. 95 S10. Dave Schaefer, 1079 dial out of Auburn, California, 66 Mustang. And a double red light win goes to Mike Reynolds. He went 011 red to Dave Schaefer's 465 red. Remember, one who's closest to zero wins. That's why Mike Reynolds won. Steve Galileo, 1030 dial from San Francisco, California in 2019 Hellcat. Chris Pointer, 1021 dial out of Santa Margarita, California at 66 Chevy. Steve Galileo turns on the red light, 005 to the dark side of the tree. He went Roxanne. Chris Pinter with a 157 green takes the win. Tony Roca dialed in at 1067 out of Modesto, California. 68 Camaro. Rich Pacelli dialed in at 1068 out of Daly City. 57 Chevy. Once again, Super Pro, 12 and 13. Tony Worker turns on the red light. Ron Pacelli takes the win with a 164 green. Paul Rondelli, 1084 dial out of Oakley, California. Don Morris, 970 dial out of North Highlands, California, 23T altered. And Paul Rondelli turns on the red light. Don Morris with 055 green moves on. All right, you got Brian Cam going down here. He's dialed in at 1255. We're going to hand the mic over to Nick Bublitz.
12 and under are coming up now.
Go.
All right, here we go. Wonderful world of motorcycles. Trace St. Germain having an issue. Manny Santos gonna pick up the win. While we have a moment, just a reminder, buybacks today are in the staging lanes. So if you're the unlucky recipient of a losing time slip in round number 1, listen for the callback for the buyback round. We will take the money in the lanes. You will race off against everybody else and for the chance to get back into round number 2.
What was that about? Did he just go over the line or what? Huh.
Doug Love going to take the freebie into the next round. Brad Hawks had an issue of indeterminate origin. Here comes Everett Everhart, Ed Burdell. 920, the dial for Everhart out of Citrus Heights on the 05 ZX10R. 880 for Ed Burdell out of Rio Linda on the other 05 ZX10R. Hey, they're on the same bike. Pulling into the water box here. I think both of these riders are past points champs from Sacramento and other racetracks around, maybe even a divisional championship or two between them. I'm not super sure on that, but both very capable riders in the ET motorcycle arena here.
Yeah. I have no idea. Okay. Okay. Um, okay. When you have a firmed up discrepancy, I can trace it a little bit.
On that run, very similar reaction times. 005 for Ed Burdell, 012 for Everett Everhart. Everett broke out by a bundle. Ed Burdell, 881 on the 880. After a 005 light puts him into the next round. We're going to move into junior dragsters. Bowden Cook, Brody George. 890 the dial for Bowden Cook out of Novato, California. In the Denso lane. 1411 for Brody George in the O'Reilly lane at a Hidden Valley Lake, California. All right, tension in the pits. Sportsman lanes 14 and 15. Sportsman 14 and 15. We're also going to call Trophy to lane number 9. Sportsman 14 and 15. Trophy, lane number 9. Start bringing them down for eliminations. Bowden Cook, in hot pursuit of Brody George, cuts the reaction time in half. Turns the wind light on, 897 on the 890 dial for Bowden Cook after a 128 reaction time. Brody George later off the line and slowed on the big end. Here comes Zaid Wasso, Blake George. 921 the dial for Blake, 1192 for Zaid Wasso out of West Sacramento in the Denso lane. Green lights a pair for Blake George and Zaid Wasso going down the track. Scoreboard says, hey, how about Zaid Wasso, 1214 on the 1192. Blake George goes 930 on a 921 dial. Not quite close enough to the number there. Zaid Wasso going to pick up the winning ticket into the next round. Comes Haley Miller on the single out of Live Oak, California. Haley Miller, 30 on the tree, 896 on the 890 dial. All right, guys, we have a racer in need. We got a parts call. We need a 5/16 lash cap. Once again, we have a parts call, racer in need. We need a 5/16 lash cap. If you have one, please go see
Mike Gillespie behind
Mike Gillespie
behind the grandstand.
over behind the grandstands. If you have a 5/16 lash cap, go see Mike Gillespie over by the grandstands. He would be very happy to receive it. It's a two-tone black and red Nova. So if you have a 516 cap that you'd be willing to donate to Mike Gillespie, go see him behind the grandstands. Your winner there is going to be Crew Castile, 808 on the 790 dial after a 13 reaction time. Isabella was 210 on the tree, just too far behind from the start. Comes Madison Jordan, Grant Williamson. They're dialed heads up, 790. Madison Jordan, Grant Williamson.
Madison Jordan out of Paradise, California, that 09 dragster. Grant Williams out of Eureka. $790, that magic number here. Oop, didn't cue that up. That's Todd Ross and John Prop. 497 dial for Todd, 480 dial for John. And John Prop going to take the win there. It goes 485 on that 480 dial. Michael Morrell out of Yuba City, California, that 0-2 victory dragster. Dennis Paz in the El Camino. 513 dial for the dragster, 655 for the El Camino. And Dennis Paw is going to take the win there, 662 on that 655 dial. Andrew Olson out of Sacramento, California, in that 70 Camaro, waiting to get that dragster pushed off there. And Udo Richter in the 72 Nova. All right, final call Super Pro, final call Sportsman. Super Pro and Sportsman, we need you guys up here. Final call. Ooh, that one's going to get tight down there. And Andrew Olson going to take the win. Goes 17 on the tree, 85 on the 84 dial. All right, and the Corvette convertible taking the win there in the left lane. Goes 11 on that 07 dial.
All right, attention in the pits. We're having buybacks, and we're going to call you to the lanes when it's buyback time, and we're going to be collecting the money in the lanes for buyback rounds. Do not come up here. Do not ask anybody how we're going to do it. We're going to be doing it this way, which we always have been, and it seems to work. So we'll do buybacks when after the first round are done, and we call you back. It will be per category for buybacks.
Be down for just a sec, just checking something out on the track. Gives the word to fire him up, and we're going to be going into Larry Scarth out of Hawthorne, California in the 62 Bel Air against John Corvero out of Modesto in the 67 Camaro. .615 dial for Larry, .651 dial for John. And John going to break it out and hand that win over to Larry. Then goes .621 on that .615 dial. Eric Waltier, that 60 or 72 Vega, out of Lockford, California. Jeff Broussard, out of Novato in the 96 Sonoma, dialed 577 to Eric's 595. And Jeff Broussard going to turn it red by a lot. Eric going to take the win in the Vega. Goes dead on 8. Mitch Wharton in the 68 Firebird, retired firefighter out of Napa, California. When Will Harrison out of Tracy in the dragster dialed 582 to Mitch's 627. Not sure what happened there with Mitch, but Will's going to go ahead and drive it on down there. He goes 589 on the 82 dial. Jake Generalo out of Linden, California, that's 70 Nova. And Rob Knowles from Sheridan, California, at 69 Camaro, dialed 684, 648. And Jake dialed 640. Big wheel stand for Jake and gets over near the wall, but he's gathered it back up. And it's going to be Jake Generalo moving on with that 641 on the 640 dial. Robert Bagley in the 74 Vega, dialed 670. Jeff Froome out of Red Bluff in the answer. Dragster going to try and run him down, and yes, he's going to do it. Robert Bagley breaks it out Goes 63 on the 70 dial. Handing the win over to Joe Froome. Little out of shape there in the Cavalier for Herc, and he goes 63 on that 42 dial. They're pushing the dragster back here. Craig Merrilees out of Windsor, California in the 78 Camaro, dialed 634. And Tom Brown out of Gardnerville, Nevada in the 55 Austin Healey, dialed 718. Close on reaction time there. And Austin Healey at Tom Brown's going to break it out, handing the win over to Craig Merrilees. All right, Logan Pagano in that Triumph, dialed 698. Terry Sullivan, 545. And on a double breakout, it's going to be Terry Sullivan. Breaks it out by 2 hun. Don Caesar out of Citrus Heights in the 82 Mustang. Bobby Hartshorn out of Oroville in the dragster. Dial 473, going to be chasing down Don 702. David Gas, Charlie Gas, need you guys to the back of the lanes preparing. D Gas and C Gas to the back of the lanes preparing. And Bobby's going to turn it 1 red, and Don Caesar's going to break it out on the other end. Don Caesar moving on. Brian Broussard in the 17 Camaro. Going to be taking on Mike Bolton out of Placerville in the Jeep truck. 680 dial for the Jeep, 544 for the Camaro. And Mike Bolton going to turn it red, hand the win over to Brian Broussard, who breaks it out by 2. Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights in the 2010 Race Tech, dialed in 470. Terry Manning out of Oakland in the 77 Vega, dialed 624. John Murphy out of Yountville in the 62 Corvette Roadster. Rob Dayton in the 56 Thunderbird, dialed 727 to a 548. Left together there. John Murphy going to take the win. Goes 49 on that 48 dial. Rob Dayton breaks it out. Goes 25 on a 27. Jason Vanderpool out of Redding, California. That 2016 Race Tech. Going 450. Zach Ealing out of Roanoke Park in the 91 Corvette Roadster. Dialed in 642. Zach going to turn it red by 3 thou, handing the win over to Jason Vanderpool, who goes 52 on the 50 dial. Marco Paravalaris out of Novato, California in the dragster. Chris Pintor out of Santa Margarita in the 66 Nova, dialed 661 to Marco's 457. Chris going to break it out, handing the win over to Marco Paravalaris, who goes 4-6 flat on that 57. Steve Allenach out of Sacramento, California in the 70 Mach 1. Tony Rocha out of Modesto with the 68 Camaro, dialed 676 to Steve's 655. Charlie Gass, David Gass, need you guys in the back of the lanes preparing. Charlie Gass, David Gass, in the back of the lanes preparing, please. Ron Manley out of Fairfield, California in the 68 Camaro. Robert Crum out of Chico with the 63 Nova SS. dialed 663 to Ron 728. That one's going to get close down there. Robert Crum taking the win. Goes dead on 6, 27 on the tree. Don Morris out of North Highlands in the 73 Camaro. Mike Reynolds out of Chico, California in the 95 S10. Dialed 651 to Don Morris's 725. Jay Griner out of South San Francisco in the 74 Ventura. David Meyer in the dragster this weekend, dialed 486, Jay's 673. And Dave Meyer going to turn it red by 1 foul. Handing the win over to Jay, who goes 676 on the 63, on the 73 dial. Darren Fidolfs out of Napa, California in the 57 Bel Air. Dialed in 566 on the bye. Turns it red, but it doesn't matter. He's moving on to the next round. Goes 569. David Owens in the 66 Cornet as we move into Sportsman. Don Hensley in the 66 Chevelle. Dialed in 1472 to Dave Owens 1172. Don Hensley going to turn it red by a bunch. Handing that win over to David Owens, who's going to go dead on 8. Kevin Diadamo in the 03 Corvette. He'll be taking on DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Santa Fe, dialed 1920 to Kevin's 1214. B gas and A gas. Need you guys to the back of the lanes preparing, please. B gas and A gas to the back of the lanes, please. Kevin going to take the win. Goes 19 on the 14 dial. Don Lutz in the Tesla, dialed in 1161. Chris Burton in the 07 Mustang, dialed 1380. Chris Burton going to turn it red by a bunch. Don Lutz goes 1165 on the 61 dial. Carlos Hilson out of Ross, California in the 99 Miata versus John Terry in the 70 Nova, dialed 1249 to a 1235. The Miata's going to break it out, handing the win over to John Terry, who goes 005 on the tree. Joe Maples out of Antioch, California, the firefighter, 04 GMC Sierra. Mark Chansey out of Vacaville, California, in the 63 Fury, dialed in 1168 to Joe's 1250. And Mark Chansey going to take the win. Goes 1174 on that 68 dial. Joe Maples goes 1250 or goes 12 at 61 on a 1250 dial. Richard Todd in the 72 Dart. Steve in the 20 Challenger. And on a double breakout, Richard's going to take the win in the Dart. Goes 1488 on that 1490 dial. Bill Taggart in the 01 Tortoise, 1788 for the dial in. Leah Paravallaris in the 66 Nova Wagon, dialed in 1207. And Bill Taggart going to take the win. Goes 1806 on the 1788 dial.
Did he win? Yes.
Scott McKenna out of Galt, California, in the 68 Camaro. Neil Holcomby out of Concord, California, in the 67 Dart, dialed in 1178 to Scott McKenna's 1150. And both turn it red, but Scott turns it less red, so he's going to be moving on. And goes 1156 on that 1150 dial. Richard Hardy out of Tracy, California, the 18 Dodge Charger RT, dialed in 1271. Jeff LaSalle in the 68 Dart, dialed in 1272. Jeff LaSalle going to take the win, goes 1280 on that 72 dial.
All right, Vaz Marita takes out Philip Topping. He goes 1266 on a 1251 for the win. All right, Brian Cam, 1255 dial out of Pacifica, 802 Camaro. Mike Holland, 1268 dial, 72 Maverick. Hey, Mike Holland's a concrete mixer driver. You know, you don't want those things to harden up because I mean you have to blast them. And win goes to Mike Holland. He goes 0-22 in the tree, goes 12-75 on a 68 at 104 for the win. Brian Cam had an 0-79 light, went 12-56 on a 12-55 for the loss. Logan Pagano dialed in at 12-40 in the 2000 Corvette. Udo Richter dialed in at 11-83 out of Oakley. Frank the Tank, the 72 Nova, who took the win here yesterday in Sportsman. And one's going to go to Udo Richter. He went 006 on the tree, goes 1188 and 1183 at 111. Logan Pagano was not that far off. He went 022 on the tree, went 1244 with a 3 for the loss. The buy run here in Sportsman goes to Ryan Haluska, Flying Ryan as I call him. He got the buy run. He tried really hard, but he went 012 red. He goes 1339 on a 1328 at 99 miles an hour. Now we're going to go into trophy. We got Sean Takahashi dialed in at 1587. He's a garbage man. He's 57 years old. In the 64 Chevelle. I don't think that's him. But who knows? He's dialed in at 1587. Seth Richard dialed in at 1290. He's an airline pilot. 02 Corvette. That's a job I'd like to have, airline pilot. Then I can fly around and do things, do loop-de-loops. Yeah, that's fun. And Shun Takahashi is going to take the win. He goes 1602 on a 1587 dial at 112. Seth Richard was... Yeah, I don't think so either, but that's what he says. All right, we got John Lemmels dialed in at 1758 out of Novato, California. The 2012 Genesis. Cody Friedhoffs dialed in at 1540 out of Napa, California. He's a 17-year-old student in the 2015 Q40 Infinity. And Corey Friedhoffs takes the win. He goes 1564 on a 1540. He's moving on to the next round. John Lemmels was late with a 156 light, takes the loss. Eric Drumling, 1090 dial out of Reno, Nevada, in the 63 Chevy 2. Going against the old Ford and the O'Reilly dial in at 1255. And Eric Drumling turns on the red light, 021 to the dark side of the tree. Riley Lane with a 252 light takes the win. Chris Ellicott out of Vacaville in the 75 Camaro, dialed in at 13:45. Sean Owens out of Santa Rosa in the 66 Coronet, dialed in at 11:70. And Sean Owens turns on the red light 012 to the dark side of the tree. He goes Roxanne. Chris Ellicott takes the win with a 227 green. All right, we're in the D-Gas 1060 index. We got Mike Coping dialed in at 1060 out of Placerville in the 65 Mustang. Rich Stickfaden dialed in at 1060 out of Mariposa, California in the 73 Camaro. And Mike Coping takes the win. He goes 1067 on a 1060 index, 050 on the tree at 119. Rich Strickfaden had him treed 037, but went 1069 on 1060 index for the loss. Norman Bergman out of Concord, 66 Mustang. Dan Fitcher dialed in at 1068, retired out of Redwood City, 64 Ford Thunderbolt with a 427. Takes the win. He goes 1068, 039 on the tree, 113 miles an hour. Norman Bergman was late with a 077 green. Takes the loss. John Burkett dialed in at, well, it's a 1060 index, out of San Francisco, California, Jugglers Racing Team, 63 Nova. Austin Armorick out of Bantha, California, 62 Nova. And John Bouquet takes the win. He goes 016 on the tree. He goes 1063 on a 1060 index at 125 for the win. Austin was 003 on the tree, but went 1067 at 120 for the loss. Patrick Williams out of Tracy, California, 82 S10. Frank DeSalsa out of Santa Clara. He's a fleet supervisor in the 63 Nova. All right, Frank takes the win. He goes 026 on 3. He goes 1069 on 1060 index at 118. Patrick Williams was late with a 109 light. Takes the loss. Dave Sullivan out of Sacramento, California, the aircraft builder, 69 Roadrunner. Dan Fournier dialed in at 1060. Campbell, California, firefighter. Team Fournier, 48 Anglia. Takes the loss. He goes 016 on the tree. He won 1065 on a 1060 index for the loss. Dave Sullivan takes the win. He goes 055. He went 1060 dead on 9 for the win. Last car out in D-Gas, Jimmy DiMartini out of Linden, California, the 67 Tempest. Then we're going to switch classes. I bet you the C-Class. He was 041 on a tree. He goes 1060 dead on 2 on a 1060 index. Wow, that's cutting it close. All right, we're in the C gas. Lee Roberts, 960 index out of Sparks, Nevada, 41 Ford truck. Jason Stats, out of San Rafael, 42-year-old mechanic. SNS Auto, 68 Nova. They're running a 960 index here. All right, attention the pits, attention the pits. Super comp, 12 and 13. Super comp, 12 and 13. All right, Super Gas, 10 and 11. Super Gas, 10 and 11. Super Comp, 12 and 13. All right, Ken Coons takes the win. He was 055 and 3, goes 968 at 139. Chris Robbins, 968 index, Mariposa, California, in the 64 Fairlane. Walt Chevrolet, out of Loomis, California, in the 71 Barracuda. Chris is your number 5 qualifier. Walt's your number 10, and number 5 qualifier takes the win. Chris Robbins moves on. He goes 081 under 3, goes 964 on a 960 index at 136 for the win. Craig Wallace, Rough and Ready, California, 27 Ford T. Michael Karate, out of Stockton, well, he's a farmer, in the 70 Nova. I know. Don't ask me because I don't know. Well, ask your phone. And Michael Karate takes the win. He goes 048 on the tree. He goes 964 with a 9 on a 960 index for the win. Craig Walls had a better light, but could not run the 960 number. A 968 with an 8 for the loss. John Farrell, out of Arbuckle, California, but he's also a farmer, 67 Nova. Dan Borg, 9 out of San Francisco. Plum Crazy, 71 Vega Panel. And John Farrell turns on the red light, 048 to the dark side of the tree. Dan Berg goes 080 green, takes the win. DeAndre Fitzgerald, out of Sacramento, California, 69 Firebird. George Schutz, out of Pioneer, California, 64 Chevelle. Well, it was 56 minutes from San Francisco. How far is it from Santa Rosa? No. We're 56 minutes from San Francisco. And the win goes to George Schutz. He goes 033 on the tree. He goes 961 with a 3 at 132. DeAndre was 029 on the tree with a 962 with a 4 for the loss. Steve Papalalis, San Jose, California, 68 Camaro. And Steve Papalalis takes the win. He had the bye run. He goes 969 on a 960 index. All right, once again, Super Comp lanes 12 and 13, Super Gas 10 and 11. Your second call. All right, we're into B Gas 860 index. Richard Zondervan 66 Chevelle, San Jose, California is going to get a competition bye because Vincent Vialli broke. He had a training leak on the starting line, so he's out with the Nova. All right, we got Gary Ryan out of South City, California, Jugglers Racing Team, 32 Bannon. Larry Battenberg, Cool, California, 71 years old, body shop owner, and a 37 Fiat. And Larry Battenberg turns on the red light, 006 to the dark side of the tree with Roxanne. Gary Ryan, 055 green, takes the win. Ken Weisenhunt out of Sacramento, California, 64 Ford Fairlane. Eric Warner out of Redding, California, 27 Altered. Looks like Carl Weisenhunt did not make it to the line in time. So Eric Warner takes a competition by win. All right, Bill Anderson gets the competition by here because Mike Gillespie could not make the round in time. So he gets a competition by. Bill Anderson takes the win. He goes 858 on the 860 dial index. Well, Ken Sassy is in the right lane, the Denzel side. The left lane, I should say. He's got an 860 index, 70 Nova. He's going to take the competition by because Chris Torres could not make the round. He goes 003. And he goes 860 dead on 6. So Ken Sassy to the next round. Stacy? Okay, now we're in the A-gas. We got Max Abbey out of Clovis, California in the 92 Camaro. It is a 760 index going against Weasel Anders, the 64-year-old Palmer, and the 67 Nova. They're almost the same age as his car. He's a 64-year-old plumber, and it's 1967 Nova. That's like in golf. When you get being my age, you can almost shoot your age. And Weasel Anders takes the win. He goes 039 on the tree, goes 766 on a 760 index for the win. Max Abbey was 076 on the tree, went 759 with a 7 breakout loss. Steve Kiefer, Discovery Bay, 67 Nova. Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova in the 53 Studebaker. Hey, what? We got a good one for you. Pro buybacks. Pro buybacks 14 and 15. So pro buybacks. If you're buying back in Pro ET, lanes 14 and 15. Nick will be down there to collect the money from you guys when you guys are all lined up. And the win goes at Cliff Boyles. He goes 071 the tree, went 767 on a 760 index at 159 for the win. Steve Kiefer was 018 on the tree, but went 781 and lost. Dave Fuller out of Rimpin, California in the 63 Corvette. Mike Mossy out of Napa in the 69 Camaro. Well, it's close. It's 058, 036. And Dave Fuller is going to take the win. He goes 767 on a 760 index, 058 on the tree, 175 mile an hour. Mike Mossy was 036 on the tree and broke out. Michael Henry Jr. out of El Sobrante, California, 2015 Camaro. William Ing out of Clovis, California, 67 Camaro. And Michael Henry takes the win. He goes 037 on the tree. He goes 770 on a 760 index for the win at 192 miles an hour. William Ing was better on the tree, 019, but went 789 on a 760 for the loss. Once again, pro buybacks 14 and 15. Pro buybacks 14 and 15. We're in super comp less. Les Matsugato, 890 index out of Honolulu, Hawaii. Adam Hicks from Nevada City, the bartender. The 2015 TNT dragster. Must pay to be a bartender. And you got a 2015 dragster. Wow. All right, final call for Super Gas, and Pro buybacks. You should be in the lanes. Les turns on the red light, 002 red, takes the loss. So Adam Hicks with 017 green takes the win. It's just as simple as that. Ted Van Mitty III out of San Geronimo, California, in the 2000 Worthy Dragster. Pedro's Serta, Elk Road, California, 2009 99 Victory Dragster. And Ted Van Mitty III takes the win. He goes 891 on a 890 index, 019 on the tree at 167. Pedro was late with a 072 light, takes the loss. Scott Wanbaugh out of Anderson, California, the 04 Worthy Dragster. Bo Hicks, San Carlos, the 2019 American Dragster. Over there near Riley Lane. And Scott Wamba takes the win. He goes 013. He goes 897 on an 890 index at 166. Bo Hicks was late with a 077 light, went 892 on an 890 index. Ray Lillard out of Discovery Bay, 02 Worthy Dragster. Trent Flores out of Hanford, California, 96 Victory Dragster. And Trent Flores is going to take the win. He went 011 on the tree. He goes 904 on an 890 index at 143. Ray Lillard was late with a 185 light, takes the loss. Eric, is that name right? Because I already said it. Ken Van Mitty III. All right, Ted Van Millie the third out of San Geronimo, California goes up, and Jonathan Flores out of Hanford, California, the 22-year-old welder, takes the win out of Sacramento, goes 032 on the tree, goes 897 on the 890 index at 162. Ted was 024 on the tree, but could not run the 890 index. Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda, California, retired law enforcement officer. 2009 Mills dragster. Bob Van Poppering out of Castro Valley. He's a retired branch manager. I wonder if he's an ex-banker. 2008 Harrison dragster. All right, Pro Mod, attention, Pro Mod drivers. You should be on track, ready to go at 1:30. That's about 45 minutes from now. And Bob Van Poppering takes the win. He goes 013 on the tree, goes 891 with a 9 for the win at 183. Chuck Babcock goes 002 on the tree. He gets a sticker at least because he took the loss. He went 893 on the 890 index. But if he comes up and sees me, he gets a 002 sticker and a $2 bill.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, California, 99 Yance dragster. Mike Coping out of Placerville, 2016 TNT dragster. He's a 58-year-old cabinet maker. I wonder if he wants to make me some cabinets. All right. And Glenn Kern takes the win. He goes 015 on tree, goes 893 on 890 index. Jamie Harrison out of Tracy, California, Harrison Custom Dragster. Angelo Stennon Jr. out of Gudina, California, the veterinarian, on the 1996 Victory Dragger. All right, just so you know, motorcycle, lane number 9 for buybacks. Lane number 9 for buybacks. Super Pro, buybacks, 12 and 13. Super Pro, 12 and 13, buybacks. All right, Angelo Stanton Jr. takes the win. He goes 893 on a 890 index at 156. Jamie Harrison takes the loss. She goes 047 on the tree, went 894 on an 890 index at 160. Steve Hendricks, Bakersfield, in the 2002 Worthy Dragster. Scott Thompson out of Lincoln, California, the 2018 Race Tech. And Steve Hendricks is going to take the win. He goes 011 on the tree. He goes 893 at 162 on an 890 index. Scott Thompson actually had a better light by a thou, but could not run the number. He goes 896 with a 9 on an 890 index. Chad Simonton, Galt, California. Oh, this is the final earlier between Dan Hall and Chad Simonton. He's a crash test dummy. That's what he says, test dummy, but I put crash test dummy in there. 2013 American Dragster. Dan Hall, Redwood City, California. He's a hot rod builder. 2017 Race Tech. Once again, motorcycle buybacks, lane number 9. Super Pro buybacks, lane number 12 and 13. And Dan Hall's going to take the win. He goes 020 on the tree, goes 971 on an 890 for the win. Now we got Brian Cam, got the buy run here in Super Comp out of Pacifica, Tom and Jack's Air Automotive, 2000 Saramonto dragster. All right, Sportsman, lanes 10 and 11 for buybacks. Sportsman, lanes 10 and 11 for buybacks. All right, we're in the Super Gas. 990 is index. We got Ted Seipel out of San Leandro, California in the 71 Ferrari. Kim Will out of Santa Cruz, California, 71 Challenger. All right, Super Bowl buybacks. Pull up to the front of the lanes. You parked in the back, just pull up. Super Bowl buybacks, pull up.
Super Pro buyback, Super Pro.
That's what I said. No, I said Super Pro. I did say Super Pro. Ted Seipel turns on the red light. Kim Will takes the win with 014 green. We got Gregory Harrison out of Livermore. He's got the 03 Corvette Roadster going against car number 711R. And the win goes to Gregory Harrison. He goes 006 on the tree. He goes 991 on a 990 index at 154. Takes the win. Dennis Paz out of Stockton, California. Paz Performance, 41 Willys. Bob Heffley out of Napa, 74-year-old retired B&G Tire sponsored car, 02 Corvette. All right, Dennis Paz goes trip, zip, takes the win. He goes 990 with an 8 on 990 index. Bob Heffley was a little bit tardy with an 016 light, but broke out going 987 on a 990 for the loss. Scott Brown out of San Ramon, California, 66 Chevy 2. Lon Wilburn out of San Bruno, California, 76 Mazda. Once again, motorcycle buybacks should be in lane number 9. Super Pro buybacks 12 and 13. Sportsman buyback 10 and 11. And Lon Wilburn takes the win. He goes 029. He goes 992 on a 990 index for the win. Scott Brown 96 light goes 995 on a 990 index for the loss. Brian Downer out of Orville, California, 94 Beretta. Dave Cook out of Burlingame in the 55 T-Bird. That is a nice looking car, that T-Bird of Dave Cook's. And Dave Cook takes the win. He goes 029 on the tree. He goes 990 dead on zero for a 29 pack. Takes the win. He goes 148 on the tree. 148 on mile an hour. Brian Downer was 051 on the tree. Broke out. Goes 985 with a 6 on a 990 index. Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro, California. 67 Nova SS. Sioux Spa. American Canyon, 63 Corvette Roadster. And Ron Kelly Jr. goes 019 on the tree. He goes 999 with a 5 on a 990 index for the win. Sioux Spa was late with a 497 light. All right, we got pro buybacks coming up here right now. Nice light, 062. He goes 694 at 198. That's hauling the mail in that Corvette. All right, we got pro buybacks. Philip Topping, 1265 dial and 2011 Mustang GT. Randy Snyder, 1040 dial, 73 Vega. They're trying to fight their way back into the race. One's going to win, one's going to lose. One's going to go on today, one's going to go home. And the win's going to go to Philip Topping. He goes 072 on the tree. He goes 1272 on a 1265 dial. Randy Snyder had a better light, 037, but could not run that 1040 dial, went 1053 on a 1040 for the loss. Joe Maples, 1250 dial out of Antioch, the firefighter in the 04 Sierra pickup. Kevin Diadamo, yesterday's sponsor, 1214 dial out of Napa, California, 03 Corvette. And Kevin Diadamo goes 082 on the tree, goes 1225 at 104 for the win on a 1214 dial. Joey Maples was late with a 154 light. Lola Perivaloris, 1210 dial, 66 Nova wagon. John Cavallo, dialed in at 1020 out of Modesto, Mazda Plus, 67 Camaro. And Lola on a double red light win, because he was closer to 021 to John's 046 red. So Lola moves on. John's going to go home, unless he's running Super Pro. Mike Ealing, 1058 dial out of Rohnert Park in the 65 El Camino. Robert Ragley, 1039 dial out of Oakdale in the 74 Vega. And Mike Ealing's back in. He goes 076 on the tree, goes 1058 dead on 0 for the win at 122. Robert Ragley was late with a 184 light, takes the loss. John Victorino out of Novato, California, 98 S10, dialed in at 1184. Ron Rolandelli, 1085 dial out of Oakley. And Paul Rolandelli turns on the red light, 006 to the dark side of the tree. John Victorino with an 056 green takes the win and gets back into the race. Dave Schaefer dialed in at 1080 out of Auburn, California in 66 Mustang. Brad McNeil, 11 flat dial from Cotati in the 68 Mustang. And a double red light win goes to Dave Schaefer. He was 010 red on the tree, takes the win. Brad McNeil was 050 on the tree, takes the loss. Jonathan Knoll out of Mariposa, 70 Challenger, 1089 dial. Henry Robertson, 1047 dial out of North Highlands, 69 Mach 1. And thank you again, Henry, for helping fix my car. And Henry Robertson takes the win. He goes 062 and 3, goes 1049 on a 1047, a 114 to get back in it. Jonathan Knoll had an 082 light, going 1091 on a 1089 dial to go home. Bob Beals, 1247 dial out of Rona Park, 92 Mustang. Neil Holcomb, 1187 dial out of Concord and 67 Dart. Bob Beals turns on the red light, 011 to the dark side of the tree. Neil Holcomb goes 014 green, takes the win. Jay Greiner, 1073 dial, South San Francisco, California, 74 Pontiac Ventura. Tony Roca, 1070 dial out of Modesto, 68 Camaro. And following those guys up, it's motorcycle buybacks. And Jay Greiner takes the win. He goes 068 on the tree, goes 1085 on a 1073 at 109. Tony Roca was late with a 396 light. So Jay Greiner back in. Now in the motorcycle buybacks. Trace Saint Germain, 959 dial. Brad Hawks, 1020 dial. Okay, first call, Pro Mod. A Fuel. Okay, Pro Mod, lanes 14 and 15. This is your first call. A Fuel, 10 and 11. This is your first call. And Brad Hawks moves on to the next round, takes out Trace Saint Germain, Saint Germain had an 041 light, but Brad Hawks with a 143 light runs closer to his number, goes 10.25, a 124, and a $10.20. Move on. Trace Saint Germain out. Everett Everhart. What a name. Citrus Heights, California. Everhart Family Racing. And Everett Everhart moves back in. He had the single here. Okay, Mike Bolton, 680 dial. Mitch Horton, 629 dial. Firebird versus Jeep. And the win goes to Mike Bolton in the Jeep. He goes 194 on the tree. He goes 692 at 95 for the win. Mitch Horton was 712 on the tree. Rob Knowles dialed in at 654. Logan Pagano got the dial wrong on his car. All right, Rob Knowles dialed in at 654. Logan Pagano 693. Looks like we got a little staging battle here. Something happened to my car. And Rob Knowles takes the win. Logan Pagano looks like he had an incident on my car. It looks like something went wrong. He goes 1677 at 45 miles an hour. I wonder if the throttle cable slipped that they fixed. All right, trophy buybacks. Lane number 9. Trophy buybacks, lane number 9. All right, we need Pro Mods 14 and 15, A Fuel 10 and 11, and Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. And Zach Ealing, 028 on the tree. He goes 641 with a 9 on a 642 for the win. Todd Ross goes 014 on the tree, goes 496 for the loss. Bobby Hartstrom dialed in at 474. Ugo Richter dialed in at 747. Cliff Hall and Henry Robertson, come up and see DJ for your tech cards from yesterday. Udo Richter, 001 on the tree, takes the win. Goes 747, dead on zero for a 1-pack. That was almost a perfect run. All he needed was trip, zip, and would have been perfect. In the 72 Nova, Frank the Tank. Jeff Broussard, 580 dial out of Novato, California, 986 GMC Sonoma pickup. David Meyer, dialed in at 487. Jeff Broussard, 580. Trophy buyback, lane number 9. Trophy buyback, lane number 9. Once again, trophy buyback, lane number 9. Pro Mods should be in 14 and 15. A Fuel 10 and 11. Trophy, lane number 9. And David Meyer, 017 on 3, goes 487 on a 478 dial for the win. Tom Brown, 717 dial. Kevin McConnell, 5 flat dial. And Kevin McConnell takes the win. He goes 033 on the tree, goes 503 on a 5 flat dial, 133. Ron Manley dialed in at 734, the locomotive engineer. I would love to have that job. At 68 Camaro, John Cavallo dialed in at 654, 67 Camaro. All right, we need all nostalgia categories, 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. Nostalgia categories, 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes. Also, Pro Mods, A Fuel, and Trophy Buybacks, lane number 9. All right, double red light win goes to Robert Bagley. He goes 019 red to Steve's 043 red. Rob Dayton, 56 Thunderbird, 726 out, buys his way into the Next round. Rob Dayton goes 0-21 and 3, goes 7-26, dead on 7 to move on to the next round. All right, now we're starting Sportsman buyback. We got DeAndre Fitzgerald dialed in at 1930. Don Hensley dialed in at 1487. And it's going to be DeAndre Fitzgerald takes the win. He goes 1930 on a 1930 dial. He was dead on 1, 051 on 3. Don Hensley broke out. Brian Cam, 1260 dial. Carl Sosin, 1232 dial. And double red light win goes to Brian Cam. He was 024 red to Carl Sosin's 029 red.
Give him 1 minute, he just got back.
Joey Maples, 1259 dial. Chris Burton, 1380 dial. And Chris Burton, 050 on the tree, goes 1386 on a 1380 dial for the win. Joey Maples was late with a 207 light for the loss. Lola Valores dialed in at 1211, 66 Nova Wagon. Steve Hayberger dialed in at 1220 in the 2020 Challenger. So Lola Valores takes the win. He's 089 on a tree, goes 1212 on a 1211 dial. Stephen Hayberger was late with a 239 light for the loss. Philip Topping, 1265 dial out of Saratoga, California. Logan Pagano dialed in at 1240 in the 2000 Corvette. And Logan Pagano takes the win. He goes 018 on 3, goes 1247 at 103 on a 1240 dial. Philip Topping was a little bit later, 081 light, went 1270 and a 1265 for the loss. And that'll conclude our buybacks for today. So once again, we need Pro Mods lane 14 and 15, A Fuel 10 and 11, and all the Nostalgia Eliminator classes to the lanes, if you're not there already. All right, final call for any 1, 2, and 3 cars. That's Nostalgia Eliminator. Final call for 1, 2, and 3. We're just doing a little track prep here before we send the Pro Mods down the track.
All right, here we go into Pro Modified. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy, California, 63 Corvette, 509 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. And let's get ready to shake some windows. These hot rods out on the track making well over 2,500 horsepower.
You almost didn't because we ran out of beer. So now I'm just drinking water. It's the same difference. Yeah, you can't really consider that a one beer. Oh yeah, I love me a good stout too. Disowned. You need juniors?
Juniors, need you in the stadium lanes. Juniors, to the lanes, please.
You shamed him. You shamed him into it.
Oh, going for a ride. Brett Williamson down there. Goes sub 1 second to 60 foot, 577, 252 miles an hour. Next pair firing up, John Durden out of San Juan Bautista. 59 Corvette, 526 inches of Chevrolet power. And Andy K out of Pacifica, California, 68 Camaro FTP Racing. Brad Anderson for power, 471 cubic inches. And over 5,000 horsepower sitting on the line right now.
We had a bunch of Seaflake last night, and I was like, we ended up going through almost all of it, and I started liking those babies for whatever reason. I'm like, they're okay. But they sponsor us for Sonoma. We have a buddy up in Crescent City that they sponsor us for Sonoma. Yeah, I remember we were talking about that last night. Oh, Seaflake? That's cool. Yeah, they do it every year, and then we had some left over, and we ran out of like the blonde ales that they had. They have a brown. That one was really good. I'm a huge fan of brown ales too. And then they had the hazy single IPA. I could do those. I don't like IPAs, but I could do those. Oh yeah.
On vacation.
They just stayed. Oh, they have a vacation house up there.
All right, they're going to push John Durden off the starting line there. Andy Kay goes through, goes 6:09, 2:41. All right, here we go. We are going to move into A Fuel Eliminator. Wayne Williamson out of Walnut Creek, California, the 78-year-old retiree. 06 Neyland Parks chassis, 406 small block Chevrolet. The Iowan. He's going to be taking on Tim Beeman in JD Zink's A Fuel dragster. 400 cubic inches of injected alcohol. Tim Beeman in the tower side, the physical therapist in that blue dragster. Pair of ultra lightweight, small block powered dragsters. Tim Beeman over here in the tower side is on a win streak, 3 in a row. See if he can go past that round. Oh, he leaves him in the dust on the starting line. What's he run down track? Tim Beeman, 7:04, going to take the win against Wayne Williamson, 8:18. All right, next pair up, Sean Bellemere in the Easy Rider 23 altered. Brad Anderson power, 521 cubic inches. Jerry Kumray out of Roanoke Park, the 01 Sterling chassis dragster with a 464-inch Fontana power. Two different ways to go about making power here. You can go injected on nitro or blown on alcohol. Here's two examples of it right here. The tower side, Jerry Kumray with the injected Fontana. Pro ET round 2 needs you 14 and 15. Pro ET round 2, lanes 14 and 15. And there we go, making the switch over to nitromethane. And we get Sean Bellemere fired up. Another high horsepower combo on the starting line. Sean Bellamy over there bringing it up on the clutch, double checking that. He runs a pedal clutch. You're going to hear it come way up in RPM like an alcohol funny car when he rolls into stage. All right, here we go. Jerry rolling in like the top bulb. Going to put it on the high side. Hear that motor load up. And here comes the RPM. And Sean Bellamy with a scorcher down there, 577, 251 miles an hour, is going to take out Jerry Coonray, 670, 200. Got word that might be the quickest run for a blown alcohol altered. 577, 251. That might be a record holder. All right, next one coming at you, another blown alcohol car. Sabrina Shaw Caps out of Chowchilla, California. In the Hot Mess Express 2019 Dyda chassis, Brad Anderson for power, 511 cubic inches. Pro, we need you to 14 and 15. Pro ET, 14 and 15. Bring them on down, boys. Last minute adjustments on the injector there. Wiping all the stuff off the tires, making sure it's stuck like glue. Sub 1 second, 60 foot, screaming down there, goes 640, 211 miles an hour. All right, and here we go. NorCal Nostalgia in the house. Brought to you by Good Vibrations Motorsports, Titan Speed Engineering, System 1, Shiner Racing Products, Race Car Ranch, and Heart and Soul Creations. Here we go with Kenny Upton, Garden Grove, California, the 68-year-old retiree, and that 13 Leonard chassis, 665 cubic inches, a big block Chevrolet. Bill DeMartin out of Sacramento, the 54-year-old iron worker in the Screaming Demon, 427 cubic inches of power with a blower. This is the rematch from last weekend's final up at Samoa. Cruising up here earlier, I got a little smile out of Bill and said I got something for him this weekend. Kenny Upton was the champion last weekend. 760 the index here. Get as close as you can without going under. Both pre-staged, bumping them in. Here we go. Almost identical reaction times, and they are side by side. That one's going to get tight down there. And on a breakout, Kenny Upton is going to hand it over to Bill DeMartin. He goes 763, 174. Great job to that crew there. All right, here we go on the competition by Sean Wood. San Anselmo, California, the 45-year-old general contractor in the single malt Chevy. 2016 Shady Tree chassis, 410 cubic inches of small block power with the blower on top. He is your returning Nostalgia Invasion champion. Wants to back it up here this weekend. And you will be facing Bill DeMartin in the final. Got to get past that screaming demon car. Whole team down there, all of his buddies, they were thrashing last night to get this car back together. They thought they were out. And from out to into the finals, we'll see if they can put it on the dance floor against Bill DeMartin and that Screaming Demon team. Making his way down there and goes 763. That's going to be about the same as DeMartin for the final. And here we go into Nostalgia Eliminator 2. We got John Galley in that beautiful Ready to Rumble 23T altered. Going to be taking on Eddie Lucas in that silver Fiat. 582 cubic inches of Chevrolet. In that one, Modesto, California, his hometown. He's a 40-year-old engineer. John Galley out of the Santa Cruz area. He's a realtor. 355 cubic inches of small block power in the front of that altered. Name of the game, go 860 and get there first. Super Pro, 12 and 13, please. Super Pro, 12 and 13. If anybody of the crew down there can hear me on that one, deep staging is allowed, so that is going to be a rerun. If you guys can get those cooled off and back up here. All right, here we go. Joey Cottle out of Vacaville, California, 33-year-old mechanic. And that True Blue Nostalgia car, 408 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet, taking on Duke Baker out of Thornton. Rods RS Plus, Kinkee's Revenge Dragster. Can he take out the rear engine car? He's ahead.
And he's going to take the win, goes 865 on that 860 index. Joey had the better light, but just couldn't make up the horsepower on the other end, and he's going on to the next round. Competition by here, Larry Battenberg out of Cool, California, 71-year-old body shop owner. 37 Fiat Topolino, 496 inches of big block Chevrolet. All right, Larry Battenberg down there going to go 865, 150. Competition by here, Don Mallory out of Citrus Heights, California, the 66-year-old mechanic. That 23 Ford T, 383 cubic inches of Chevrolet. All right, we are into Nostalgia. Eliminator 3, 960, the elusive number. And Don Mallory, Dino Don, he's going to be going 983. Craig Wallace out of Rough and Ready, California, in the 27 T Roadster. 535 cubic inches of Chevrolet under that one. Tim Beeman, once again back from that A-Fuel run into his 83 Roadster. Out of Los Molinas, California, the physical therapist. 32 Bantam, 383-inch Chevrolet. These guys are good buddies, so I know they're not going to do any favors here. Cruising on through, Craig Wallace, the #1 qualifier, is going to end Tim Beeman's reign of terror in 83, and he does it on a hole shot. 962 to a 962. Craig Wallace being the better light, 27 versus 80, and he is going to end that winning streak for Tim Beeman. He'll be facing Dino Don in the final. All right, here we go into testing tune. 57 Chevy over here. Looks like might be a top Sportsman car. Little straighter pass down here this time. And it go through 718, 189 miles an hour. Ever wonder what a big show top fuel car looks like without the blower on it? Well, it's sitting on the starting line right now. Big Show A Fuel dragster injected on nitro. You hear it warm up here on alcohol. Make sure their adjustments are good, and then they'll make the switch. Big pump nitro cars are probably one of the coolest sounds you'll hear. Walk back and pull the alcohol bottle on it and says, "Here goes nothing." I got a chance to crew on a couple of these. They are really fun to play with. See him walk back over. They're going to make an adjustment on the wheelie bar, adjustment on the injector, and then tell that driver to roll it on in and see what happens. These ones run a centrifugal style clutch. You can hear it going in and out as a motor gets tugged down. These cars are capable of making well over 5,000 horsepower without a blower. And there we go on the high side. Low RPM, ton of torque down there. Goes 953 to 60 foot. It's 218 miles an hour at half track. 542, 258 miles an hour. John Galley and Eddie Lucas, I need you guys to the back of the lanes for the Nostalgia 2 rerun. John Galley and Eddie Lucas to the back of the lanes.
All right, we're in the second round of juniors. We got Bowden Cook dialed in at 890. Haley Miller dialed in at 890. Hey, they're equal dial-ins. But I understand where Nick is coming from. He would do it for anybody else, but he can't do it for Logan. That's basically it. If somebody else complained, he would have just said, okay. And the win goes to Bowden Cook. He goes 891 and the 890 dial at 71 miles an hour. Haley Miller had the better light, but could not run that 890 dial with 909 and 71 for the loss. Zaid Wasu out of West Sacramento, Hot Wheels Racing, junior dragster.
Looks like somebody's out on the track.
Eric, is that the finals for a 13-year-old class?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Is there somebody out on the track? They're checking it.
Huh?
Somebody checking the track right there.
Where?
Up in the very top. Past the fire line. Where the fire was. Looks like somebody's out there. In the middle.
Yeah. Well, I think he is because he's telling them to turn off there, not to go all the way up.
Ah, he's supposed to be there.
Yeah. All right. Zaid Wasu goes 056 on the tree. He's got the bye run into the finals. And he's going to face Brody in the next round in the finals of Junior Dragster. All right, here it is for the Wally. Grant Willison dialed in at 790 out of Eureka, the 14-year-old student. True Castile, 790 dial, exactly the same. Heads up race from Gardnerville, Nevada. From Gardnerville, Nevada, Castile Racing. This is for the Wally. All bets are off for which one it's going to be.
They do put ours in everything.
Huh? All right, Grant Williamson, Crew Castile. They're going at it for a Wally right now. And Junior Dragster. Who's it going to be, Williamson or Castile? And it's going to be Williamson takes the win. He goes 006 on the tree, goes 798 at 79 miles an hour for the win and the Wally. Crew Castile went 090 on the tree, went 809 on a 790 for second place. So congratulations to Grant Williamson on winning the Wally today here at Sonoma Raceway. All right, we got Brian Cam. This is Pro ET, 1255 dial, 802 Camaro. Zach Ealing having the race of his career here today, or this weekend. 1018 dial in the 91 Corvette. Let's see if we can keep the streak alive. But Brian Cam's going to say, no, I don't want that. He's going to do it. Brian Cam's going to do everything possible to beat Zach Ealing. And Zach Ealing goes 022 on the tree, goes 1021 on a 1018 dial at 121. Brian Cam was dead late with a 101 light for the loss. Steve Reigart, 1033 dial out of Santa Rosa, California, 70 dragster. Norman Bergman, 1064 dial from Concord, California, 66 Mustang. And Scott Weigart with an 051 light goes 1036 on a 1033 for the win. Norman Bergman had a better light, 028, but could not run that 1064 number. He run 1075 for the loss. Lola Pervalores, 1210 dial, 66 Nova. Flying Ryan Haluska, 1339 dial in the 99 GMC Sierra pickup. I would not like to be on that one. 058 to 041. And it's going to be Lola takes out, look, Ryan, 058 on the trade. She goes 1210 dead on 3 at 106. Flying Ryan had the better light, 041, but went 1341 on a 1339 dial. Ray Lucas out of Concord, California, 89 Mustang, dial in at 1065. Dave DeBose dialed in at 1148. The 70 Roadrunner. And the win goes to Dave DeBose. He goes 046 on the tree. He goes 1151 on 1148 at 112 for the win. Lay Lucas was late with a 103 light and went 1073 on a 1065 for the loss. Cliff Hall, 1026 style from Carmichael, California, the 64 Falcon. Dennis Paz from Stockton, dialed in at 1048. Cliff Hall dialed in at 1026 in the Falcon. I guess he's just having a Falcon good time. What'd you say? What lane do you want, Sportsman? And Cliff Hall takes the win over Dennis Paz. All right, motorcycles lane number 9. Motorcycles lane number 9. Sportsman, we need you in 10 and 11. 10 and 11 for Sportsman. Once again, motorcycle lane number 9, Sportsman 10 and 11. This is the first call. All right, Ron Nichols dialed in at 1098. Denzel side in the 69 Olds. Chris Burton, 1382, the 07 Mustang. And Chris Burton goes 039 on tree, goes 1385 on a 1382 for the win. Ron Nichols goes 078 on tree, goes 1110 on a 1098 for the loss. Jay Griner, 1076 style, 74 Pontiac Ventura. Craig Merrilees, 1010 dial, 78 Camaro out of Windsor. So Jay Griner dial in at 1076. Craig Merrilees dial in at 1010. And Jay Griner takes out Craig Merrilees. He goes 029 on a tree, goes 1077 on a 1076. Craig had the better light, 015, but could not run the 1010 number, run 1013 at 128. John Victorino, 1191 dial, 98S tap, Denzel side, Jeff LaSalle, 1273 dial, goes 044 green. John Victorino turns on the red light, 009 red. So Jeff LaSalle moves on to the next round. Don Lutz, 1165 dial out of Highland, California in the Tesla. Kevin Damo dialed in at 1218 in the 03 Corvette. And Don Lutz takes the win with a 109 light, goes 1166 and 1165 at 114 for the win. Kevin Diodamo had the better light, 073, but went 1224 on a 1218 for the loss. Robert Crum dialed in at 1052 in the 63 Nova SS. Tom Marciano dialed in at 989 in the 69 Camaro. And Tom turns on the red light, 0808 to the dark side, handing the win over to Robert Crum, who went 012 green. Once again, Sportsman lanes 10 and 11, motorcycles lane number 9. Marco, 1055 dial, GMC Sonoma pickup, Chris Pintnor. 1027 dial, 66 Chevy Nova. Or Bel Air. And the win goes to Marco. He goes 017 on the tree. He goes 1059 on a 1055 dial at 118 for the win. Chris Pittner was 087 on the tree. Won 1032 on a 1027 for the loss. Neil Holcomb dialed in 1188, 67 dart. David Meyer, 952 in the 2001 Cavalier. And Neil Holcomb goes 10 red. David Meyer 051 green. So he moves on to the next round. Mike Ely, 1058 dial in the 65 Hell Camino. Patrick Williams, 1061 dial in the 82 S10 pickup. All right, D-gas and C-gas to the back of the lanes for pairings.
I'm waiting for some nostalgia rerun to show up so that we can actually run a better.
All right, we need a nostalgia rerun to show up to the track, to the lanes, as soon as possible. Once again, D-gas, C-gas to the back of the lanes for pairings. Sportsman lanes 10 and 11, motorcycle lane number 9. Mike Reynolds, Mitch Gately. Mike Reynolds dialed in at 10:35. Mitch Gately at 10:16. Nova versus S10. And Mitch Gately goes 0:45 on the tree, goes 10:28 on 10:16 for the win. Mike Reynolds had a better light, 0:26, but could not run that 10:35 number. He went 12:21 for the loss. Henry Robertson dialed in at 10:49 in the 69 Mach 1. Dave Schaefer, 10:83 dialed in the 66 Mustang. Battle of Mustangs. A little bit older, a little bit newer. Henry Robertson goes trip zip in the Mustang. Because. And Henry Robertson goes trip zip. He goes 10:50 with a 7 at 1:15 on a 10:49 for the win over Dave Schaefer. All right, motorcycles lane number 9. Motorcycle lane number 9. Sportsman, 10 and 11.
We got Super Pro lined up, Eric?
Find themselves.
All right, we need to see the nostalgia rerun to the lanes. ASAP. That means like now. Need the nostalgia Eliminator rerun to the lanes right now. And Jake Guadagnolo takes the win. He goes 0:20 on the tree. He goes 10:20, 10:15 dial over Eric Dukas, who went Bond. He went 007 for the loss, so he gets a Bond sticker in consolation, does Eric Dukas. So what?
Send the pair out. The what you have.
All right, we got motorcycle coming at you to the water box for the next run at the Wally. Everett Everhart dialed in at 9:05. Everhart Family Racing 05 ZX10. Manny Santos 1090 dial out of Stockton, California. 02 GSXR. All right, Everett Everhart dialed in at 9:10. Manny Santos dialed in at 10:90. Here we go.
And the win goes to Everett Everhart. He goes 9:29 on a 9:10, 0:65 on the tree at 1:24. Manny Santos was late with a 3:50 light.
Doug Love, 1295 dial out of Nevada in the Bonneville. Brad Hawks, 1020 dial from Fremont on the 05 Hayabusa. And Doug Love goes 003 on the tree, goes 1319 on a 1295 for the win. Brad Hawks was 057 on the tree, went 1054 and a 1020 for the loss. Ed Burdell, 885 dial out of Rio Linda, California, 05 ZX10R, Kawasaki. Once again, we need Sportsman 10 and 11, D-gas and C-gas, D-gas and C-gas to the back of the lanes for pairing. And Ed Burdell moves on to the next round, which is the semifinals of motorcycle. Udo Richter dialed in at 744. The 72 Nova thanked the tank. Denzel Side dialed in at 609.
So do you enjoy hearing the cars down there?
And the win goes to Udo Richter. He goes 020 on the tree, goes 743 breakout on a 744 dial. The other car went 042, went 606 on a 609, bigger breakout at 120. Mike Bolton, 680 dial out of Placerville, California, in the Jeep. Darren Friedos, 569 dial out of Napa in the B&G tires, 57 Chevy. And Darren Friedos takes the win. He goes 059 on the tree, goes 595 on a 567 at 99 miles an hour. Mike Bolton was dead late with a 326 light. Joe Frum, 484 light dial from Red Bluff and the dragster. John Prop, 484 dial from Auburn in the dragster. And John Frum takes the win. He goes 016 on the tree. He goes 486 on a 484 for the win. John Prop was late with a 194 light and broke out on top of it. Will Harrison dialed in at 592. From Tracy, California. Don Caesar, 702 dial from Citrus Heights. ET Mustang GT. All right, A and B gas, A and B gas to the back of the lanes for pairing. A and B gas to the back of the lanes for pairing. And Will Harrison takes out Don Caesar, goes 054 in the tree. He goes 595 on a 592 at 120. Don Caesar had a decent lane, 090, but went 707 on a 702 at 98 miles an hour for the loss. Ken McConnell, 501 dial from Red Bluff in the dragster. Ursay, 542 dial out of Modesto in the 94 Cavalier. Well, it looks like something happened to Ken McConnell's dragster. They're pushing him back. So, it doesn't look like he's going to continue. So, we're going to send Ursay on a single. Ursay goes 110 on the tree, goes 539 at 127 to move on to the next round. Brian Bossat dialed in at 542 in the 2017 Camaro. Tony Roca dialed in at 675 in the 68 Camaro. And Tony Roca turns on the red light, 530 to the dark side of the tree. Brian Bossart with an 090 green takes the win. Terry Sullivan dialed in at 545 in the dragster, Mama Bear as she's called. Rob Dayton dialed in at 726 out of Livermore, California, 56 Thunder Chicken. And Rob Dayton takes the win. He goes 016 on the tree. He goes 726, dead on 9 for the win over Mama Bear, who went 038 on the tree and broke out with a 543 on a 545 for the loss. John Murphy, 552 dial in the 62 Corvette. Larry Scarth, dial in at 620 out of Hawthorne, California in the 62 Bel Air Bubble Top. A double breakout win goes to John Murphy. He goes 551 with a 6 on a 552, 003 on the tree at 123. Larry Scarth, he went 617 on a 620, broke out more. Ron Manley, 734 dial in the 68 Camaro. Robert Bagley, 668 dial in the 74 Vega. Trophy lane number 9. Trophy lane number 9. Once again, trophy, lane number 9. And Ron Manley's going to take the win. He goes 065 on the 3, goes 734, dead on 1 for the win over Robert Bagley. Andrew the Kid Olson, dialed in at 586. Dennis Paz, dialed in at 658. Did you know that Dennis Paz is going to be a grandfather? Because his daughter, Stephanie, going to have a baby. Dennis goes 012 on the tree, red. Andrew the Kid Olson goes 039 green, takes the win over Dennis Paz. Jason Vanderpool, 451 dial in the dragster. Eric Wattier, 597 dial in the 72 Vega. And Eric Wattier takes the win. He goes 037 on the tree. He goes 598 on a 597, 111 for the win. Jason Vanderpool had the better light, 027, but went 453 on a 451 at 150 for the loss. Robert Butler dialed in at 473 out of Citrus Heights, California. Denzel side, Robert Crum dialed in at 667, 63 Nova SS. Once again, trophy lane number 9. Trophy lane number 9. Come on down, let's play the game. Looks like something happened to Robert Crum on the line. He looks like he broke. Robert Butler goes 069 G, goes 472 and 473 for the win. Rob Knowles dialed in at 652, 69 Camaro. Craig Merrilees, 637 dial and a 78 Camaro. And Rob Knowles takes out Craig Merrilees. He goes 0-14 on 3, goes 6:52 dead on 2 for the win. At 103, Craig Merrilees was late with a 0-27 late, went 6:38 with a 5 on a 6:37 for the loss. Jay Griner, 676 style out of South San Francisco, California. Udo Richter's crew chief, that's what it says here. 74 Pontiac Ventura. Marco Lane in the O'Reilly Lane, 459 dial in the dragster. Yeah, he does. Marco catches Jay, goes around him. He goes 0-24 in a tree, goes 4:59 dead on 2 for the win at 1:45. Jay was late with 0-90 light and broke out on top of it. Jake Guadagnolo, 70 Nova, puts the wheels up in the air. That's why it's called Wheels Up. Mike Reynolds, 655 dial. 95 Chevy S10. And win goes to Jake Guadagnolo. He goes 0-31 on 3, goes 6:42 on a 6:41 at 100 miles an hour. Mike Reynolds, 002 on the tree, went 6:62 on a 6:55 dial. So Mike Reynolds, consolation prize, you get a $2 bill and a 002 sticker. David Meyer, 487, 01 Cavalier. Zach Ealing, trying to keep the streak alive, 642, 91 Corvette. And Zach takes the win. He goes 001 on the tree. He goes 642 dead on 7 for an 8-pack at 105 for the win over David Meyer, who had a 010 light. He went 488 at 136 on a 487 dial. Zach Ealing keeps mowing him down. Eddie Lucas, we're NE2 rerun here. 48 Torpolino, John Galley, the 23 T-Bucket. Number 1 qualifier versus number 5 qualifier. 860 on the index here. And Eddie Lucas turns on the red light. John Galley with the 017 green takes the win. All right, we're into Sportsman. Brian Cam, 1255 dial in the 02 Camaro. Mark Chansey, 1170 in the 63 Fury. Super Comp lanes 10 and 11. Super Comp lanes 10 and 11. Once again, Super Comp, lanes 10 and 11. Brian Camp takes out Mark Chancey. He goes 030 on the tree. He goes 1257 on 1255 for the win. Okay, Logan Pagano, 1241 dial in the 2000 Corvette. Flying Ryan Haluska, 1340 dial in the 99 DMC Sierra pickup. And Logan turns on the red light, 033 to the dark side, takes the loss. Ryan Haluska takes the win with a 024 green. David Owens, 1174 dial in the 66 Coronet. Kevin Diadamo, 1224 dial in the 03 Corvette. David Owens, 1174. Kevin Diadamo, 1224. All right, Super Gas, lanes 12 and 13. Super Comp to be in 10 and 11. Once again, Super Comp 10 and 11. 12 and 13 for Super Gas. David Owens takes out Kevin Diadamo, goes 052 on the tree, goes 1180 and 1174 for the win. Kevin Diadamo was late with a 122 light for the loss. And Bill Taggart turns on the red light, 002 to the dark side. Vaz Merida takes the win, 044 green.
Yeah. You want a 002 sticker? Yeah, you can put a minus on it. Heck, I got plenty of those. Not as many as I thought, but you know, it's a good one.
And Richard Todd turns on the red light, goes 086 to the dark side of the tree for the loss. Don Lutz goes 102 green. Scott McKenna, 1150 dial. Chris Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing, goes dialed in at 1184. All right, Mike Holland takes out Jeff LaSalle. Jeff LaSalle goes 051, goes 1292 and 1287 for the loss. Mike Holland takes the win, 047, goes 1278 and 1272 for the win. DeAndre Fitzgerald, 12 of 1936, going against his good friend Udo Richter, dialed in 1188 with Frank the Tank. Udo's going to be here for a century waiting to go to get DeAndre. Let's see if he can run him down. And Udo Richter goes 019 on the tree, catches DeAndre. He goes 1190 and 1188 for the win for Udo Richter. DeAndre goes 048 on the tree for the loss.
Coming up after trophy, starting with
Lala Peraleros dialed in at 1213, 66 Nova wagon. John Terry, 1260 dial in the 70 Nova wagon. Nova. And double breakout win goes to John Terry. He goes 065 in the D. He goes 1259 with a 5 on a 1260 dial. Lola was just as good on the tree, 066, but goes 1212 with a 4 on a 1213 dial. Breakout. Chris Ellicock, 1345, winning the trophy. Steve Ribeiro, dialed in at 1260. Chris Ellicock, 1345. And Chris Ellicock takes the win. He goes 064 on the tree. He goes 1360 on a 1345 at 91. Steve Ribeiro, 041 on the tree, so he's better than Chris, but he could not run that 1260 number. He went 1394. Sean Takahashi dialed in at 1572. Mark Farnsworth dialed in at 1550. And Takahashi turns on the red light, 032 to the dark side of the tree. Mark Farnsworth with a 414 green takes the win. All right, we're in the D-Gas 1060 index. We got Mike Copping out of Placerville in the 65 Mustang. Don Fisher in the 64 Ford Fairline Thunderbolt. And Mike Coping takes the win. He goes 062 on the tree. He goes 1063 on a 1060 index for the win. Dan Ficker was better on the tree, 027, but went 1072 on a 1060 for the loss. Frank De Souza out of Santa Clara, 63 Nova. Dave Sullivan out of Sacramento, 69 Roadrunner. Hey, Sullivan builds aircraft. I want to build airplanes. I'd rather do that. And Frank DeSoso takes the win. He goes 1059 with a 1 on a 1060 dial. 019 on the tree for the win. All right, we got John Burkett out of San Francisco, 63 Nova. Jimmy DiMartini out of Linden, California, 67 Tempest. Let's see who's going to win. And it's going to be John Burkett takes the win. He goes 1063 on a 1060 index, 008 on the tree. Jimmy DiMartini was a little bit late with an 027 light and broke out on top of it. Dan Berg, we're in the Seagas 960 index. Dan Berg out of San Francisco, California, 7-1 panel. Vega, plum crazy they call it. It's Steve Papalias out of San Jose in the 68 Camaro. And it's going to be Steve Papalias takes the win. He goes 063 on the tree, goes 962 on a 960 index. Chris Robbins, 9 out of Mariposa, California, 64 Fairline. Cancun, 67 Camaro. And Cancun goes 033 on the tree, goes 960 dead on 7 for the win at 136. Michael Karate, out of Stockton, 70 Nova. George Schutz, Pioneer, California, 64 Chevelle.
What? Shoots. What are they talking about?
And George Schutz takes the win. He goes 044 in the tree, goes 960 dead on 5 for the win at 137. Lee Roberts, last car out with the buy run in the 41 Ford truck. Last run out in the C-Gas. All right, Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the back of the lanes. Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the back of the lanes.
You want them to the back of the lanes or? Okay.
Nostalgia 1, 2, and 3 to the back of the lane. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 2, and 3 to the back of the lanes. All right, we're now in the B-Gas 860 index. Ken Sassy from Citrus Heights, California, in the 70 Nova. Ron Zondervan out of San Jose in the 66 Chevelle. And Richard Zondervan's going to take the win. He goes 127 on the tree, goes 863 with a 5 at 158 on the 860 index. Gary Ryan out of South City, Juggers Racing Team, 32 Bantam. Bill Anderson, Copper Alice, California, 68 Camaro. All right, Bill Anderson takes the win because Gary Ryan turned on the red light 014 to the dark side of the tree, and Bill Anderson with a 048 green moves on. Eric Warner, last one out in B-Gas. Once again, Nostalgia Eliminator, we need you to the back of the lanes. 1, 2, and 3. We need you to the back of the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 2, and 3.
You like that one, Bill? I wish I had a flash. I wish I had a Sharpie.
All right, we're in the A-Gas. Cliff Boyles, the 760 index, and the 53 Studebaker. Dave Fuller in the 63 split window Corvette. And Dave Fuller turns on the red light, handing the win to Cliff Boyles. Goes 057 green. All right, Weasel Anders. Michael Henry Jr. Weasel Anders in the 67 Nova, your number 1 qualifier. Michael Henry Jr., your number 5 qualifier in the 2015 Camaro. All right, Pro ET 13 and 14. Pro ET lanes 13 and 14.
Another thing.
And Michael Henry Jr. turns on the red light. He goes. And Weasley Anders with a 061 green takes the win. Les Matsukato dialed in at 890. Trent Flores also got an 890 because it's an 890 class. We're in the super comp. I forgot. And Les takes the win. He goes 891 on an 890 dial, 027 on a tree. Trent broke out 888. 10 then Van Mitty the third. 890 dial. Well, it's all 890 dials. Jonathan Flores out of Hartford, California. 22-year-old welder. Where Ted Van Mitty III is a 6-year-old contractor. I'll give you a hint. These are all dragsters in this class. And 10 Van Mitty III turns on the red light, 001 to the dark side of the tree, just misses a perfect light and goes out because Jonathan Flores takes the win with 027 green. All right. Well, this is the second 10 Van Mitty the third. He's from San Geronimo, California, and he's a 61-year-old contractor going against Van Poppering out of Castro Valley. And Van Poppering takes the win. He goes 017 on 3. He goes 892 with a 1 on an 890 index. And Ted was a little bit late on the tree. Goes 038, goes 891 at 169 for the loss. Chad Simonton out of Galt, California. The crash test dummy, as I call him, 38-year-old. Bo Hicks out of San Carlos, K&N Filters car. And Bo Hicks takes the win, takes out the crash test dummy. He goes 028 on the tree. He goes 890 with a 5 on an 890 index, dead on. Scott. What? Renbog. Out of Anderson, California. Dan Hall, Redwood City. He's a hot rod builder. That's what he said on the list here. He's a 58-year-old hot rod builder. And Scott takes the win. He goes 891 on an 890 dial, 010 on the tree. Dan Hall with double 01 on the tree, but broke out with an 884 too fast.
Too fast with those things, that's for sure.
Steve Hendricks out of Bakersfield, California. Andrew Stanton Jr. out of Gardenia, California, the veterinarian. And Steve Hendricks takes the win. He goes 050 on the tree. He goes 914 on an 890 dial for the win. Angelo Stanton was 014 on the tree, but went way too fast, 887 on an 890 index. Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda, California, retired law enforcement. Mike Coping out of Placerville, 58-year-old cabinet maker. I'm going to need some cabinet made, I think. All right, Chris Babcock takes the win. He goes 049 on the tree, goes 890 dead on 6. Mike Coping was 894, but had a better light, but could not run that 890 index. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, California. He's retired, 99 yens for dragster. Jamie Harrison out of Tracy, emergency manager, Harrison Customs Inc. 22 Harrison made dragster in the O'Reilly lane. And the win goes at Glenn Kern. He goes 893 on an 890 index, 024 on a tree at 160. Jamie was late with 044 late, went 894 on an 890 index at 160 miles an hour for the loss. Brian Cam out of Pacifica. Tom and Jack's Auto. Adam Hicks out of Nevada City, California. The bartender. Cam, the number 21 qualifier. Hicks, the number 2 qualifier. And the win goes to Adam Hicks. He goes 025 on the tree. He goes 896 on an 890 index at 172. Brian Cam was 020 on the tree. Went 897 with a 5 for the loss. All right, we're into Super Gas. We got Ted Seipel in the Ferrari, Scott Brown in the 66 Nova 2. This is a 990 index. And Ted Seibel takes the win. He goes 994. 021 on the tree at 126 over Scott Brown. Dennis Paws out of Stockton in the 41 Willys. Gregory Harrison in the 03 Corvette Roadster. Like I said, this is a 990 index.
Did you get Nostalgia Eliminator up there, Eric? Did Nostalgia Eliminator come up? All right.
And Dennis Paz, a double breakout, takes the win. He goes 986 on a 990 index for the win. He goes 046 on the tree. Gregory Harrison goes 017, but broke out bigger than Dennis Paz. That he went 986 with a 5 to 986 with a 7 for Dennis Paz. All right, Lon Wilburn out of San Bruno, 76 Mazda. Kim Will out of Santa Cruz in the 71 Challenger. And it's going to be Kim Will takes one, 033 on the tree. She goes 994 at 150 for the win over Lon Wilburn. Bob Heffley out of Napa, California, 02 Corvette. Ron Kelly Jr. out of San Leandro, 67 Nova SS. And Bob Heffley takes one over Ron Kelly. He goes 008 on the tree. He goes 991 on the 990 index at 156. Dave Cook got the bye run here. Now we're going to be into, I believe, Pro ET. And it's going to have Zach Ealing coming up to the water box, and I believe that's Marco in the S10 pickup. Dave Cook goes 113 on the tree, goes 994 on a 990 index at 148, so he's good to go for the next round. That brings us to Pro ET. Marco dialed in at 1056 in the 2000 GMC Sonoma pickup. Zach Ealing trying to keep the streak alive. 1016 dial, 91 Corvette. Let's see if we can take out Marco for 2 consecutive days. And again, Zach Ealing goes 002 on Marco. He goes 10-19 at 126 over Marco for the second time in 2 days. Marco was 025, went 10-59 on a 10-56 style for the loss. So Marco out both times by Zach Ealing. Cliff Hall dialed in at 10-26 in the 64 Falcon. Chris Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing, 1384 dial in the 07 Mustang. Getting back to Zach Ewing, I don't think his dad's going to get back in that car ever, the way he's driving. And Cliff Hall takes out Chris Burden by way of Chris Burden turning on the red light. He went 038 red to Cliff's 036 green. Scott Weigert dialed in at 1033. Don Morris dialed in at 972. 23 T Alter does 70 Duster. Motorcycles lane number 9, Super Pro to the back for pairs. Super Pro to the back for pairs. Don Morris takes the win on a double red light win. He goes 006 to Scott Weigart's 092 red. So Don was closer to 0, so that's how he won. All right, Dave DeBose, 1148 dial and 70 Roadrunner. Lola Perez, 66 Nova wagon. And Dave DeBose takes out Lola Perez. He goes 021 on the tree, goes 1159 and 1148 at 107. Lola was late with an 075 light, went 1222 on a 1213, 107 for the loss. Mike Ealing, 1065 dial out of Roner Park in the El Camino. Jay Griner, 1076 style in the Pontiac Ventura. And Mike Ealing takes out Jay Griner. He goes 1066 on a 1065, 005 on the tree. Jay was late with a 040 light, goes 1078 on a 1076 for the loss. Don Lutz, 1167 dial in the Tesla. Jake Guardianolo, 1020 dial in the 70 Nova. Oh, and Jake turns on the red light, 010 to the dark side of the tree, so Don Lutz with an 082 green takes the win. All right, Super Pro to the back of the lanes for pairing motorcycle lane number 9. Motorcycles lane number 9.
All right, Jake Generalo going to turn it 9 red, giving the win over to Don Lutz. Brian Cam, Mitchell Gately, 1020 dial for the 64 Nova of Gately. 1257 dial for the Camaro of Cam. And on a double breakout, Gately's going to take the win. 1019 on that 1020 dial. Brian Cam went way under, 54 on a 57. Henry Robertson, the UPS driver out of North Highlands, the 69 Mach 1 dialed 1049, going to be on a single here. And Henry's going to turn it one red, going on to the next. All right, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 final. NorCal Nostalgia in the house this weekend. And we got Dino Don Mallory in the far lane. Craig Wallace in the tower side. Go as close as you can to 960 without going under. Craig Wallace defeated Tim Beam in the last round, ending his 3-win streak. And he is deadly on the tree. And Craig Wallace is going to be your NE3 champion for the Nostalgia Invasion. Brought to you by Good Vibrations Motorsports, System 1, Titan Speed Engineering, Shiner Racing Products, Race Car Ranch, and Heart and Soul Creations. All right, here we go. Bill DeMartin, the Streamin' Demon Dragster, 427 cubic inches of power out of Sacramento. And Sean Wood, San Anselmo, California, the 45-year-old general contractor, the single malt Chevy, 410 cubic inches of blown small block for that dragster. This is your Nostalgia Eliminator 1 final. Bill DeMartin in that far lane runner-up last weekend at Samoa. He's looking to get it done here today and put it on the dance floor. Sean Wood spent all of yesterday thrashing to put that one back together after some damage. They're looking for the Cinderella story because they are the returning NE1 champion to the Nostalgia Invasion. Both pre-staged. Let's see who goes in first. Close on reaction time. Sean Wood's got the advantage going down track, but is he going to break it out? Nope, he is going to be your two-time Nostalgia Invasion champion. 769 on that 760 index. Sean Wood to the dance floor. All right, coming at you now, this is your Nostalgia Eliminator 2 semifinals. Duke Baker, the 50-year-old construction superintendent out of Thornton, California. Street Rods Plus, the sponsor on the Kinkihi's Revenge front engine dragster, 427 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. He's part of that Team Galt racing crew. He's got that bye into the final. Gonna put a dead on 6 on the board. Good luck whoever runs him next round. That was a good setup. John Galley, after the rerun, was able to take out Eddie Lucas. He's looking to get this one on the dance floor, and maybe the last weekend he has a car, because this one is for sale. Out of the Santa Cruz area, the Ready to Rumble 23 T-Bucket, 355 cubic inches for power. Larry Battenberg out of Cool, California, the 71-year-old body shop owner. 37 Fiat, 496 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. Jan's Auto Electric on the side of that one there. John Galley, big time starting line advantage. Is he going to break it out on the other end? No, he pulls the brakes too much. Larry Battenberg is going to the finals to meet Duke Baker. John Galley was 22 on the tree and just slowed it down too much. Larry Battenberg, 142. When your reaction time starts with a 1, usually you go home. Junior final to the lanes, please. Junior final to the lanes. Now here's a matchup we've seen a bunch of times. Ed Burdell out of Rio Linda, California on the 2005 ZX10. And that Burdell family racing. And Everett Everhart out of Citrus Heights. The Everhart family racing ZX10, 2005 on that one as well. Ed Burdell dialed 910, Everett Everhart 893. Brings me back to being able to run drag bikes. Ran with Everett as a teammate for a lot of years, so you can bet my money's on him. Get Sportsman to the back of the lanes, please. Sportsman to the back of the lanes, please. Pro Mod, we are looking about 30 minutes for you guys, so here's your notice. Pro Mod, 30-minute warning. Everett Everhart, big time reaction time advantage. Can he hang on? And on a double breakout, Everett Everhart's going to take the win. 892 on that 893 index. 145 miles an hour. Hey, buddy, it's almost fast enough to run my dragster. Anytime you're ready. Doug Love on the Triumph Bonneville. Out of Novato, California, 1310 dial, and he has taken the single. Breaks it out by 300. On to the next round. Attention in the Nostalgia Eliminator pits. All the payouts will be done and trophies will be handed out after the last final, which is going to be Nostalgia Eliminator 2. So that'll be over in my pit area. So that'll be after the final in Nostalgia 2. You guys will get your trophies and we will pay out down to semifinalists. Will Harrison, we need you to the lanes now. Will Harrison, come on over. We need you. All right, moving on into Super Pro. Joe Froome in that 12 Yancer chassis out of Red Bluff, California, dialed 485. In the 57 Chevy over there, Darren's dialed in at 569. And Joe Froome going to take the win there. Goes 487 on that 485. Andrew Olson, the 70 Camaro, dialed in at 585. And John Murphy, 552. All right, and then win going to Andrew Olson. Goes 589 on that 584 dial, 008 on the tree. Robert Butler in the 2010 Race Tech Dragster, and Udo Richter in the 72 Nova, dialed in 741 to Robert's 472. And Udo Richter going to turn it red by 5 thou, handing that win over to Robert Butler, who goes 478 on that 72 dial. All right, here we go. Jake Generalo, 40-year-old farmer out of Linden, California, 70 Nova. And Herc Usry out of Modesto, California, in the 94 Cavalier. Cavalier dialed in at 538, Nova 641. And on a double breakout, Herc's going to take the win. Goes 535 on the 38. Jake Generalo goes 638 on a 41. Rob Manley versus Rob Dayton. The 56 Thunderbird for Dayton dialed in 726. 68 Camaro dialed in 733. Clean and green on that run. And Rob Dayton's going to go down there and break it out. Going to hand the win over to Ron Manley, who goes dead on 0. Zach Ealing in the 91 Corvette, 21-year-old electrician, dialed in 643. Eric Waiter, Lockford, California, the 66-year-old retired mechanic, 72 Vega, dialed in 597. And Zach Ealing going to break it out, hand the win over to Eric, who goes 599 on that 97 index. Will Harrison out of Tracy, California in that 22 Harrison Dragster. And Rob Knowles in the 69 Camaro dialed in 651. Will Harris dialed in 594. And Rob Knowles going to turn it red, handing the win over to Will Harrison. Back in the NorCal pits over there, NorCal Nostalgia. Congratulations to defending champ Sean Wood, took the win there. And Craig Wallace in Nostalgia Eliminator 3, putting it on the dance floor. Gentlemen, we will have your trophies and your payouts after the end of any 2, and we'll take pictures and things of that sort. So have a refreshment, and we'll see you shortly. All right, into Junior Dragster. All right, Zaid Wasso out of West Sacramento, California. Dialed in 1214, Hot Wheels Racing. And Bowden Cook dialed in 891, the 2020 half-scale dragster out of Novato. Okay, Pro Mod and A Fuel. Need you to the lanes, please. Pro Mod, A Fuel to the lanes. ASAP, guys. Pro Mod, A Fuel. Gassers, need you to the lanes as well. C gas, D gas, B gas, A gas. Need you guys to the lanes. All gassers to the lanes. Slight hit mishap on the microphone here. Sorry about that. Bowden Cook taking the win over there in a double breakout situation. Congratulations. Marco Paravalaris out of Novato, California in the 18 KLRC Dragster. Brian Broussard not making the call here, so Marco's going to have a bye run, dialed 458. Marco Paravalaris going to go 457 on that 458 dial, on to the next round. Don Lutz in the far lane, the Model 3 Tesla. Baz Marita out of Sacramento, California, 68 Firebird. Baz dialed in 1239, Don 1170. Don Lutz going to take the win, 1173 on the 70 dial in. Brian Cam in the 02 Camaro, dialed in 1255. John Terry, 1258 in the Nova. And John Terry taking out Brian Cam, 58 dead on 3. David Owens in the 66 Cornet, dialed in 1177. Ryan Haluska, 99 GMC Sierra, dialed 1338. Pro Mod A Fuel, need you guys to the lanes, please. Pro Mod A Fuel to the lanes, please. All the gassers as well, A through D. A through D, need you to the lanes, please. Mike Hollanday, or Holland, sorry. Dialed 1277, Udo Richter, 1184, and it's going to be on a double breakout. Udo Richter is going to be moving on with an 1182 on that 84. Scott McKenna out of Gold, California, 68 in Camaro, dialed in 1150. Got the buy run here. He goes 1160 on that 1150 dial. Attention Wasso family, look in your pocket. Are you missing a phone? I might have it. Wasso family, I have your stuff. Come on up. All right, final round of A Fuel Eliminator. Wayne Williamson out of Walnut Creek, California, the Iowan, in the 06 Neyland Park chassis car. Got a single run in the final for Wayne. Joe Froome, need you to the tower. Attention, Joe Froome, need you to the tower, please. Wayne Williamson on a pretty good run down there. Goes 8:11 at 164. Attention to the pit, Super Comp and Super Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Gas. To the lanes, please. All right, here we go. Moving on to A-Gas Eliminator, 760 the index. We got Weasel Anders out of South San Francisco, California, the 64-year-old plumber in the 67 Nova. And Cliff Boyles out of Ranch Cordova, 69-year-old retiree in the 53 Studebaker. Tuner and crew chief out there, Nate Waluziak, bringing back Cliff Boyles, multiple-time winner in the tower side. Weasel Anders in that beautiful 67 Nova, 632 inches of Chevrolet, going to try and put the Studebaker on the trailer. Who's going to put it on the dance floor? Is it going to be Cliff Boyles or Weasel Anders? Oh, and Cliff's going to turn it 66 red. You can see the disgust over there on Nate's face, throwing the arms up. Weasel Anders going to go onto the dance floor, 772. It looks like Cliff might have known he went red and ran 909. Mike Copping out of Placerville, California, the 65 Mustang. John in the 63 Nova, part of the Juggers racing team out of San Francisco. We are on to D-Gas, 1060 index. Get as close as you can without going under. And breaking it out by 5, Mike Copping going to take the win. Frank DeSalza out of Santa Clara, California, in that 63 Nova MT Tire Service. 421 cubic inches of Chevy for that one. And Frank DeSalza goes 10:56 on the buy run. Now as we move into C gas, 960 the index there. We got Kent Coombs out of Galt, California, and that 67 Camaro. Steve over there out of San Jose, California, in the 68 Camaro. 470 cubic inch Chevrolet versus the 565 inch at Ken Combs. Almost identical off the reaction time. Ken Coombs got a little bit ahead of, and he's going to break it out, double breakout. Steve goes less, 958 to a 954. And that Camaro is moving on. George in the 64 Chevelle out of Pioneer, California. Lee Roberts out of Sparks, Nevada in the 41 Ford pickup. 496-inch Chevrolet in the pickup. 540-inch in the Chevelle. Reaction time advantage, Lee Roberts. Let's see if he can hang on to it and not break it out. And George breaks it out trying to get around him. 964 is going to take the win for the pickup. Eric Warner out of Redding, California, doing double duty this weekend, driving in NorCal and in B-Gas in the 27 Altered. And Bill Anderson out of Copperopolis, California, 68 Camaro. Nearly identical on the reaction time. Eric Warner slightly ahead, but not by much. Can he hang on to it? No, he doesn't. He gives it back. 866 to an 863. Bill Anderson moving on. On the bye run here. Richard Zondervan out of San Jose, California, the 66-year-old auto body instructor. 66 Chevelle, 619 cubic inches of Chevrolet. 860, that elusive number. And he's going to go 864 on that 860 index. Pro ET to the lanes, please. Pro ET to the lanes, please. Attention in the NorCal pits. Duke Baker, Larry Battenberg, you guys ready for your final? Come on up. Any two to the lanes for the final. Quick check of the track here, make sure everything's ready as we are going to get into Pro Modified. Final call, Super Comp. Final call, Super Comp. Need you to the lanes, please. All the classes that have been called, we need you to the back of the lanes for pairing. Looks like we got a few of you that kind of came up early. Steve Hendricks, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Steve Hendricks to the staging lanes. All right, here we go in Pro Modified. Brett Williamson out of Gilroy, California in the 63 Corvette. Silver Bullet Team Eagle Racing. And Andy Kay out of Pacifica, the 45-year-old plumber in the FTP Camaro. 471 cubic inches of Brad Anderson power. All right, here we go. Over 5,000 horsepower on the track right now. We're going to see who gets to put it on the dance floor. Will it be Brett Williamson or Andy Kay? Almost identical off the tree. It looks like, yep, Brett Williamson going to be taking the win. 576, 252 miles an hour. And Andy Kay going to go 599. But Brett Williamson putting it on the dance floor. Going to go into test and tune here. This is basically a top fuel car without the blower. Last minute adjustments on the injector here as they get ready to send it on down. Injected nitro dragster. Bumps it into the first beam, throws it up on the high side. Here we go. Ooh, a little out of shape, mixing up cylinders. Got a hole out down there. Got two holes out down there. 562, 252 miles an hour still.
Hello from the tower.
Wasso family, if you guys are looking or calling your phone, it is up here in the tower. Okay, into Super Comp. Adam Hicks and the 2015 TNT Dragster out of Nevada City. Scott Wanbaugh out of Anderson, California in the 04 Worthy chassis. 890 the goal here. Adam Hicks trip zip on this end. Let's see what he does on the big end. He's going to go 898, taking the win. Bob Van Poppering and the 08 Harrison chassis out of Castro Valley, California. Jonathan Flores out of Hanford, California in the 04 Sarmento. And Jonathan Flores is going to turn it red by 2, handing the win over to Bob Van Poppering. And on a double breakout, but it was all over with that 2 red. Glenn Kern out of Modesto, the 71-year-old retiree in that 99 Yancer chassis. Chuck Babcock in the 09 Mullins out of Yorba Linda, California. Glenn Kern with the advantage on the starting line is going to take it as Chuck Babcock breaks out trying to run him down. 892 on that 890 index. Bo Hicks out of San Carlos, California. The 27-year-old contractor in the 19 American chassis dragster. And Bo Hick's going to go 883 on that 890 index.
All right, we got Les Matsusuko. He turns on the red light. Steve Hendricks goes bond. He goes 007 green for the win. Super Pro and Sportsman to the back of the lanes. Again, Super Pro and Sportsman to the back of the lanes. We got Ted Seipel win the Super Gas. Dave Cook. This is a 990 index. Ted Seipel of San Leandro, California in the 71 Ferrari. Dave Cook out of Burlingame in the 55 T-Bird. Ted Seipel, your number 2 qualifier. Dave Cook, your number 4.
Hey, Jay.
And Dave Cook takes the win. He goes on a double breakout. He goes 989, 032 on 3 on 990 index for the win over Ted Seipel. Dennis Paws out of Stockton on the 41 Willys. Kim Will out of Santa Cruz in the 71 Challenger.
You, Jerry. Yeah.
And it's going to be Dennis Paws takes the win. He goes 992 on a 990 index, 055 on 3. Kim Will had the better light, 011, but she broke out.
Bob Heffley out of Napa, California, the 74-year-old retiree. 02 Corvette. Turns at 14 red, but on the buy run, doesn't matter. He's going to go 987. All right, here we go into the final of A Fuel Eliminator. Jerry Coomray, what are you doing in the tower? You're supposed to be out there.
That was absolutely the plan until there was that weird noise when we fired it up to get ready, and we just decided instead of chasing things, it made more sense. Discretion is the better part of valor, so we unfortunately have to pass on a final round. And, couldn't be happier for my buddy Dennis, car owner, just a great guy. He's helped me so many times after driving for him for 5 years. So it's really good to see them out here running well, and it is what it is.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, but I'd rather save your parts than have to worry about a complete rebuild. So Sabrina Cap's going to be making the buy here. That 2019 Dyda chassis, Brad Anderson power, 511 cubic inches. All right, here we go. Staging up the final round of A-Fuel Eliminator. Big wheel stand down there. Moving pretty good. 520 or 628, 215 miles an hour. Always save the best run for last. It was the best one for the weekend for them. Great job putting it on the dance floor. Now be honest, did you turn that up because you were racing Jerry Coomray or what? All right, into pro. Cliff Hall in the far lane out of Carmichael, California in the 64 Falcon. Don Morris in the 23 Altered. Dialed 979. Cliff Hall dialed 1026. And Don Morris going to turn it red by 24. And that win over to Cliff Hall in the red rope. Going to be moving on to the next round. David Meyer in the 01 Cavalier dialed in 950. Mike Ealing in the 65 El Camino dialed 1063. Clean and green the pair. And it's going to be David Meyer. Mike Ealing breaks it out. Took a little too much on the other end over there. Don Lutz in the Model 3 Tesla. Going up against Dave DeBose in the 70 Roadrunner. Bike final. We're going to need you to the lanes. Bike final to the lanes, please. And Don Lutz going to take the win there, 1174 on that 1173. Super Comp and Super Gas. We need you guys back to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Gas to the lanes, please. Henry Roberson, North Highlands, California, in the Mach 1. is going to be taking the win. Mitchell Gately handed it over with a 11 red. And just for good measure, he's going to go dead on 9. Zach Ealing out of Roanoke Park, California, 91 Corvette Roadster, 1014 to dial. Zach Ealing going to run it on down there in the Roadster. Goes 10-15. All right, here we go. NorCal Nostalgia Eliminator. All my hooligans over there in the pits and all the ones down at the side. We're looking at our Nostalgia Eliminator final. Puts Larry Battenberg out of Cool, California in the 37 Fiat versus Duke Baker out of Thornton in the dragster. Can Duke Baker finally put this thing on the dance floor? Many runner-up finishes, but hasn't been able to get it done. Or is Larry Battenberg going to walk all over it and park it up front to take the pictures? Oh, reaction time advantage Larry Battenberg, but it looks like Duke Baker's out in front. Can he do it without breaking out? On a double breakout win, Larry Battenberg is going to put it on the dance floor. 8:59 to an 8:56. And Duke just pushed it a little too much on the other side, trying to get around him. Great job, guys. NorCal Nostalgia brought to you by Titan Speed Engineering, Good Vibrations Motorsports, Shiner Racing Products, Heart and Soul Creations, System 1, and Race Car Ranch. And that's going to do it for the Nostalgia Invasion portion from NorCal Nostalgia. Thank you guys for coming. Joe Froome in the 12 Yancer chassis versus Herc Unstry in the 94 Cavalier. The dragster dialed 487, the Cavalier 535.
All right, guess I'm getting thrown into Super Pro here. Round number something. Ron Manley and Eric Wattier. Going to do battle. Manley left side 732, Wattier right side 598. One leg goes to Eric Wattier. 007 on the let go goes 2 above 2. Take 9th thou finish line. Manley 053 on the reaction timer. 15th thou under no good. Will Harrison, Marco Paravalaris, couple of lawn darts rolling into the water box. Now your next two. Harrison on the left-hand side. Tracy, California. The Harrison race cars. 2022 Harrison chassis dragster. 589. On the board for Will Harrison. Marco Paravalaris on the right-hand side. Hoosier tires on board of that 2018 KLRC chassis dragster. 457 is the number for Marco. Hey, I need all winners back to the lanes. All winners, all categories. All, what is it, like 18 categories we have on the property? All winners, all categories need you to the lanes. All winners, all categories need you to the lanes. Will Harrison, Marco Paravelar's 4th thou, separate him, win light, Marco, 006, 2 above 0, take 11 thou, stripe. Will Harrison, and let's go 010, puts it 2 above 7 and 11th thou behind. Marco moving on. Robert Butler and Andrew Olson. Butler on the left-hand side, and that new to him. 2010 Race Tech Chassis Dragster, dialed 471. Andrew Olson on the right-hand side, a 1970 Camaro, EFIExpert.com on board.
I pulled up Friday. He's scanning.
Andrew's dial-in is wrong. Andrew Wilson on the right-hand side, 589 on the board. Andrew went deep into the rounds yesterday, ended up the runner-up in Super Pro yesterday's race, and he's got Butler here, and I'm assuming the quarterfinals of Super Pro today. Sixth thou, separate him, advantage to Butler. Win light, Butler, 42 and 8 above 0. Andrew, let's go 048. Got there 75 thou, broke out 1 thou. Andrew takes a Walmart Supercenter finish line and breaks out 1 thou, no good. Butler takes the lucky round and moves on to the semifinals. Once again, I need all winners, all categories. Bring it on back. Looks like I got my D-Gas and Sportsman cars in the lanes. A trophy. See some trophy cars in the lanes. I need all winners, all categories. Bring it right on back. If you're still in competition and you're not in the lanes, that's where you need to be. This is your Sportsman quarterfinals. Scott McKenna and John Terry going to go at it here. Scott McKenna on the left-hand side. Dialed in at the ET Max for Sportsman, 1150. Out of Galt, California in that 68 Camaro. John Terry, JT on the right-hand side, 1257 for the 70 Nova. Picked up the win in Sacramento in Sportsman a week ago. Scott's trying to catch him. Does he have enough real estate? He did not, but double breakout win goes to Scott McKenna. John Terry, 055 on the tree. 1249.8 on the 1257. Got there first, 36 thou. Win light goes to Scott McKenna, 1144 on the 1150. Don Lutz and Ryan Haluska. Lutz 1173 left side, Haluska 1332 right side, and Ryan Haluska continues the hot streak via the 009 red light from Don Lutz. Haluska 067 on the tree. A little uncharacteristic, goes 1329.4 on the 1332. Lutz 09 red and one above 7 no good. Udo Richter going to get the freebie here into the semifinals of Sportsman. And he's 00 again. Double 06 and 1176 on the 1181 for Udo. Your D-Gas final round, Mike Copping and Frank D'Souza. Copping on the left side, D'Souza on the right side. Advantage to Copping by 8 thou. Win light says D'Souza on a double breakout win. Goes 031 up front. 1057-1 on the 1060 index. Copping got there first, 19 thou. Goes 1056 with an egg on the 1060 index. Needed to get behind. And a win light goes to Frank D'Souza, your D-Gas Sunday winner. Doug Love and Ed Burdell. Your motorcycle final round, Doug Love left side, 1294 out of Novato, California for the 01 Bonneville. Ed Burdell on the right-hand side, 886 out of Rio Linda, California. Advantage to Burdell. Win light says Ed Burdell, 025 on the let go, 893.6 on the 886. Got there first, 40 thou. Doug Love is 041 up front, 1304 on the 1294, no good. Ed Burdell is your motorcycle Sunday winner. Trophy final, Chris Ellicock and Mark Farnsworth. Win light goes to the left-hand side. Chris going to move on. Well, he is going to be your winner. Farnsworth turns it way red. Chris, 152 and 1345 on the 1345. Dead on 9, your winner in trophy. Steve Popoulias and Lee Roberts. C-Gas. Final round. Popoulias left side, Roberts right side. 9 thou separate them. Win light. Lee Roberts. 050 reaction time, 2 above 1. Popoulias got there first by nearly a tenth. Goes 951.3 on the 960. Had 9 thou disadvantage up front and does not convert. Lee Roberts is your C-Gas winner.
I have to be unbiased, and if I would.
Rich Zondervan, Bill Anderson, B-Gas final win light. Bill Anderson, 048, 2 above 7. Rich Zondervan got there first. 3 thou did a good job of driving at the finish line. Missed it up front with an 080 reaction time. 8 thou under and no good. Bill Anderson is your B-Gas winner. quarterfinals of Super Comp. Bob Van Popering and Adam Hicks. Van Popering on the left-hand side. A number 5 qualifier. A lot of accolades here on my computer. Adam Hicks on the right-hand side. Nevada City, California. Cannon and Foggett and Mickey Thompson tires on board of that 2015 TNT chassis dragster out of the number 7 qualifying spot. Looking for 890. And one of them's in trouble. Right side in control, and he does convert. Adam Hicks, 37, 1 above 3, take 44 thou finish line. Van Popering missed it, 086, dead 8 to no avail. Adam Hicks moves on to the semifinals. Bo Hicks and, wait a minute. Bo Hicks and Stevie Hendricks, if you will. Bo Hicks on the left-hand side. Your number 1 qualifier in that 19 American chassis dragster. Steve Hendricks on the right side out of Bakersfield, the 02 Worthy, coming out of the number 8 spot.
I wonder if he plays guitar.
6 thou separate them. Advantage to Hendricks. Win light, Hendricks. 13, 1 above 5, snugged it up to 3 thou at the finish line. Bo Hicks was 19, so 6 thou behind him. Puts it 1 above 2, and 3 thou, no good. Hendricks moves on.
All right, we got Pro ET coming at us. Got Cliff Hall dialed in at 1026 out of Carmichael, California, in the 64 Falcon. Dan Lutz, 1173 in the Tesla. This is the semifinals of Pro ET. Cliff Hall in the 64 Falcon. Dan Lutz in the Tesla. Talk about disparity in technology between two cars. Dan Lutz, Tesla, with everything that you can imagine technical on it. And Cliff Hall, bare bones. And Cliff Hall takes the win. He goes 0-10 on the tree, 1042 on a 1026 dial, 114 on the mile an hour. Dan Lutz was late with a 159 light, with 1176 and 1173 for the loss. Well, we got a good race here. Henry Robertson out of North Highlands, California in the 69 Mach 1, dialed in at 1049. Zach Ealing dialed in at 1015 out of Rohnert Park in the 91 Corvette. He's been in the tree hard all weekend long, is Zach. Let's see if he can do it again against Henry. And Henry breaks out. He goes 1045 on a 1049. He was 008 on the tree to Zach's 025. So Zach takes the win. He's still alive. David Meyer, the last one out in Pro ET in the Cavalier, dial in at 950. Let's see how close he can run to the 950 dial. He goes 008 on the tree. And he goes 952 at 143 on a 950 dial. So that was a pretty close one. He'll have to rethink it next time around in the semis. All right, here comes Sportsman. Semifinals. We got Udo Richter and Frank the Tank in the Nova. Going against Scott McKenna in the Camaro. In the Denzel side, Scott McKenna dialed in 1150 out of Galt, California. Udo Richter, 1176 dial out of Oakley. And Frank the Tank, the 72 Nova. We're going to follow that up with Ryan Haluska. We call him Flying Ryan around here. He's going to buy his way into the finals. So Scott McKenna, Udo Richter. Udo Richter trying to win for the second time in 2 days here in
Oh, that's close.
Man, that's close. That is really close. And Udo Richter goes 001 on the tree. Scott McKenna went 002 on the tree. Udo Richter takes the win. He goes 1178 on 1176 style at 110. Scott McKenna takes the loss 1154 on 1150 dial. Man, talk about tight racing. John Terry, Don Lutz, Will Harrison, Andrew Olson, Ron Manley, Joe Froome, Henry Robertson, and Don Lutz. We need you to see DJ in the tower. Get your tech cards. So you got tech cards for you.
I guess I said Don twice.
So Ryan Haluska into the finals. He's going to face Udo Richter. Ryan Haluska was 0-20 on the tree, went 13-31 on a 13-29. So he's going to have to rethink that dial. All right, Super Comp, we really like to have you back here at the lanes. Super Comp, we want to see you back here at the lanes. All right, looks like we got Super Pro coming to the water box. And it's Robert Butler, dialed in at 471 out of Citrus Heights, California, in a 2010 Race Tech dragster. Herc Ursay, dialed in at 537 out of Modesto, in a 94 Cavalier. I count 4 cars, so I believe that is the semifinals of Super Pro. Butler dialed in at 471. Ursay dialed in at 537. Cavalier versus Dragster. Man, they're close on reaction times. And it's going to be Ursay goes 0-12 on the tree, goes 5:39 on a 5:37, a 125 for the win. Robert Butler wasn't far behind, 0-19 on the tree, goes 4:79 on a 4:71 for the loss. Now we got Marco dialed in at 4:56 out of Novato in the 2018 KLRC dragster. Eric Wattier dialed in at 5:98 from Lockford, California in the Vega. And Marco got the better reaction time over Eric Wattier. Marco broke out. He goes 4:55 on a 4:56. He takes the loss. Eric Wattier into the finals with an 0:35 light. Goes 5:98 dead on 3. So Eric Wattier is into the finals of Super Pro.
Oh, you got the kids here today. Yeah. Now they're twins, right? Why is one shorter and one's taller? Which one runs sports? Okay. Well, I understand that. That's cool. Oh yeah. JJ got the driver's license? Oh, that's cool. Get him out racing this year. Yeah. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, Super Pro, yeah, you don't have to have it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better. I had my good days and my bad. Yeah. But, it is what it is. Well,
All right, Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes. Super Comp, come on down. We want to play the game. We don't want to wait anymore. All right, we got the Sportsman final coming at us. We got Udo Richter and Frank the Tank, and we got Flying Ryan Haluska going for Wally today. Who's it going to be? Ryan Haluska dialed in at 1330 out of Katati in the 99 GMC Sierra pickup. Udo Richter dialed in at 1179. He's going to be having to chase Ryan Haluska with Frank the Tank, the 72 Nova. He's going to go up about 2.5 seconds head start to Ryan. Udo's trying to go back to back, which is very rare to do here at Sonoma Raceway. Okay, they're both in. Udo's in now. So here we go. Sportsman finals right now. And a double breakout win goes to Udo Richter. He goes 035 on the tree. He went 1176 and 1179. Ryan pushed him as hard as he could, but comes in second. He goes breakout 1323 on a 1330, so he broke out more than Udo did. He was 049 on the tree. So congratulations to Udo Richter for going back to back, and he gets a Wally for that race. Ryan Haluska, doesn't get much. We need Will Harrison and Henry Robertson to the tower, please. Will Harrison and Henry Robertson to the tower.
Eric, what are we waiting for? Super Comp? How many cars? How many cars we got down there?
I'm trying to see who the third one is. Here right now.
All right, Steve Hendricks, we need you here right now to the lanes. We need you here, Steve Hendricks. We can't wait much longer for you, so we need you here, Steve Hendricks. Once again, Steve Hendricks, we need you to the lanes. Steve Hendricks, we need you to the lanes. Oh, here comes Steve. Ed Burdell, we need you to the tower, please. Ed Burdell, we need you to the tower. Once again, Ed Burdell, we need you to the tower. Ed Burdell, we need you to the tower.
Congratulations, Udo. Good win. That's a classic. You pulled out the wrong check with the wrong name. I know. Well, I know that, son.
Okay, Ed Burdell, we need you back to the tower. We need you to fill some paperwork out. Ed Burdell, come back to the tower, please, and see DJ. All right, here come the Super Comp semifinals. We got Glenn Kern, 890 index out of Modesto, California, 99 Yens dragster. Steve Hendricks out of Bakersfield in the 02 Worthy dragster. And then we're going to follow it up with the one car that's left to go in that gets a bye run into the finals. So Glenn Kern, Steve Hendricks. I wonder if Steve Hendricks plays the guitar. Glenn Kern, 017 on 3. Steve Hendricks, 046. And it's going to be Glenn Kern takes the win. He goes 890 dead on 3. 017 on 3 at 161. Steve Hendricks broke out. Adam Hicks is into the finals, going to go against I guess he decided not to take a pass in the dragster. He's going to wait to next round.
This the finals of pro?
This is the semifinals of Pro ET. Zach Ealing trying to go for 2 in a row. 1014 dial in the Corvette. David Meyer, 952 dial in the 01 Cavalier out of Sheridan, California. Zach out of Rohnert Park. The winner of this gets to face Cliff Hall in the finals. And Zach Ealing goes 027 on a tree. He went 1013 with a 3 breakout on a 1014 dial. So David Meyer with a 043 light goes 952 dead on 0 for the win. And he's into the finals next time around against Cliff Hall. Zach had a great weekend here. I mean, he went to the finals twice, well, 3 times in the past 2 days. Took home a win yesterday. Did Zach Ealing? Well, it was today. It was not yesterday. It was yesterday's race, but we finished it today. All right, here's our Super Pro finals.
It is the finals, right? The Super Pro. All right. Cool.
Super Bowl finals, they got Eric Wattier dialed in at 598 out of Lockford, California in the 72 Vega. Herc Ursay dialed in at 537 out of Modesto in the 94 Cavalier. It's going to be a battle here. Eric Wattier and Herc Ursay. Let's say they don't know each other. Well, they've raced each other plenty of times. And Eric Wattier goes 005 red. Herc Ursay gets goes 002 green for the win. And not only does he get a Wally, but he gets the $2 bill and a sticker goes 002. So Herc Ursay, you're champion today in Super Pro. Congratulations. All right, Herc Usry and Eric Wattier, we need you to the tower. We need you to the tower. We got some paperwork for you to fill out, and we gotta give Herc his Wally.
We're photobombing. Nick knows it now. We want a Junior Wally. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Huh? Oh, we photobombed it. Successful. Yeah. No. Udo's got his, okay. The one with the $2 bill, but he's gotta come up here and fill out paperwork anyway. So what are you waiting on? Just to the top finals and Super Pro? Or you just Super Pro? Well, you got a Wally and a $2 bill and a sticker right there. Yeah, because you got 002. Yeah. Back in '97, I'll have Jack Clark.
All right, here's your Super Comp final coming at you.
Put a bottle in me, dump water all over it.
Must be Eric.
Yes.
Anybody got any readers?
Oh, good lord. Do you need me to fill it out for you? I'm on my way.
It's going to be Glenn Kern
Here, then let's trade pens.
out of Modesto in the 99 Yancer dragster, going against Adam Hicks, Nevada City, 2015 TNT dragster. 890 is index. You don't want to run no faster. If you do, you're hoping that you both break out. That's your only choice you got in this race. All right, Glenn Kern, Adam Hicks, Super Comp Finals coming at you. All right, Glenn Kern, 029 entry, Adam Hicks, 022. And it's going to be Adam Hicks goes 890 dead on 7. Glenn Kern broke out. He went 889 with a 6 for second place. Adam Hicks takes the win in Super Comp. All right, we got Cliff Hall and David Meyer going at it in Pro ET, the last finals of the day. Cliff Hall, 1023 dial in the Falcon out of Carmichael, California. David Meyer, 952 dial out of Sheridan, California in the 801 Cavalier. And then we're going to follow up with the forklift race after this, the Pro ET finals. Cliff Hall and David Myers. Wow, the reaction times are almost identical. And the win goes to Cliff Hall. He goes 030 on the tree. He goes 10-23, dead on 7 for the win. David Meyer was 040 on the tree, went 951 with a 7, just missed 952. So congratulations to Cliff Hall. Looks like they're going to do a drag race here with the forklifts.
Oh my God, sorry about that.
All right, we're going to back them in. They're going to do it. And they both read the. So, on behalf of everybody here at Sonoma Raceway, I'd like to thank you for showing up today to our 4th of July race. Well, it's not really the 4th of July, it's the 2nd of July, but it's 4th of July weekend. And we're going to be here back in, I believe, September for the next race, ET bracket race, and we'll see you back in August on Wednesday nights.